And just a couple quick reminders. As we said, there is a CRAM course this Saturday. Lane did go ahead and send that email out yesterday. So she reached out to me. There's a couple of you this morning that her email bounced back. So if you didn't get the email yesterday, we got it. We got your email addresses, so she'll resend it. And I'm pretty sure, knowing Lane the way I do, she will resend that email again on Friday. You'll have it at the top of your inbox. But if you didn't get the email yesterday from Lane, please reach out to her this afternoon after class. Please don't do it during class. I would consider that a distraction. Just as a quick reminder, the CRAM course this Saturday, 9 to 5 with Ann Rashid. Again, Lane sent the link yesterday. I'm pretty sure she'll send it again on Friday just so you'll have it. If you didn't get it, like I said, I think 2 of you, your emails came back, but we got you. The other request we just had, if we look in 100% material, so down at the bottom of Learn Test Pass, the 100% exam, I have something in here called an end of course review PowerPoint. So let's call this your study guide for this weekend. How about that? Or for the next week. Let's call this your study guide for the next week. So, and guys, some of this, if you look at one of these slides and you say, well, I don't know what a universal agent is, please don't call me and ask me. If you don't know what a universal agent is, what do you want to do? Look it up. How are you going to remember it for your test? Because you know what you can't do on your test? Ask me. So I gotta wean you guys off here, right? So use this as your guide. If you don't know what it is, if you feel that you're weak, whatever, then look it up. You have the book, Learn, Test, Pass, resources, etc. So CRAM course, end of course. Don't forget to, and maybe I should do this in a minute when we have people on. So say good. Gotcha. Am I still lagging? Are you guys good? Can you hear me? There's wind out there today, so storm's coming in, so hopefully we can get through. If for some reason you can't make the CRAM course on Saturday, or if you want additional CRAM course material, remember there is a CRAM course recording in your Learn, Test, Pass. Jane Bowser also does a CRAM course. So in the end, 100% exam, which quite frankly, this 100% exam is where you guys need to be this week. We are a week away today. So you guys need to get into study mode if you haven't already. But the 100% kind of sums it up. And then the CRAM course recording, this was from a CRAM course in March, I think. So it's going to be relevant. It's going to be current. So if you can't come on Saturday, we'd like you to come. But if you can't, you have this resource. If you can't come on Saturday and you want an additional resource, then you have it here. Somebody said they can't be at the CRAM course for the entire time. That's fine. If you can only come for an hour, come for an hour. If you can come for the whole time, guys, please remember the CRAM course is completely optional. You cannot use it to make up time. If you don't make it, Ann won't even take attendance. So if you don't make it, it's not going to count for or against you. It's completely optional. So come as you can, if you can. Okay, so CRAM course, email, Lane sent it out yesterday. If you didn't get it, we got you. She'll probably send it out on Friday. The other thing I want to do while we're in Learn, Test, Pass, we left talking about, we were in Unit 19, which is our fair housing unit. And one thing we mentioned that we see under fair housing, under equal credit opportunity or equal opportunity for all of our agency agreements, the exclusive right to sell, the buyer's agency agreement, and our property management agreement. Those are the 3 agency agreements that we discussed. They all have verbiage that tell the consumer, we, the firm, are not going to discriminate against the protected classes. And this verbiage is required. This is a must. When you see an agency agreement, remember this from Unit 8, what are the requirements for agency agreements? All written agency agreements must. And one of them is contain the non-discrimination clause. So if we just look, for example, if we go, I'm in the exclusive right to sell listing agreement. If I go, here we go, page 5. Here is our non-discrimination clause. The agent firm shall conduct all brokerage activities in regard to this agreement without respect to the race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status of any party or prospective party. Further, realtors have an ethical duty to conduct such activities without respect to the sexual orientation or gender identity of any party or prospective party. So there's our protected classes right there. And we tell the consumer, we're not going to discriminate against you because of these protected classes. I will say that they are probably, we're going to get all the forms updated in either January or July. And I know we have forms updating this July. I don't know exactly what those changes are. You're always going to be tested on whatever's current. And remember, I always have the current and learn, test, pass. So if you're waiting until after July to take your state exam, just know there may be some changes. I don't know what those changes are. But when the new form comes out, I have a feeling that this verbiage is going to be corrected, because it used to be that sexual orientation and gender identity were protected just under NAR. But remember, we said February of last year, sexual orientation and gender identity are now protected under the category of sex of fair housing. So I doubt you're going to be tested on that, but just an FYI, just so you guys know. And I know that's one change that I'm expecting to see. Who knows what else can change. Remember what we say about this industry. The only thing consistent is what? Change. So you look at a form today, and I cannot guarantee you that that's what the form will look like in July. But like I said, I will always have the current whatever in learn, test, pass. So as soon as I get my hands on these new forms, I promise you I'll get them in. So agency agreements must contain the non-discrimination clause. What does the non-discrimination clause look like? Here it is, and it actually rattles off the protected classes. Any questions or comments on that? Remember too, you guys, we're looking for a distraction-free zone for next week. I cannot stress this. I cannot emphasize this enough. I need you guys in a position to take a 3.5-hour test. I need you alert. I need you paying attention. I need you alone. I cannot have anybody in the room with you. I cannot have anybody distracting you. Again, if I see you talking to somebody in the room, I can only assume that you're cheating, right? I can't just, oh, they're talking about the weather. No, I can only assume that you're cheating. So I need you guys to be totally alone, make arrangements with families and pets and kids and whatever to have, I see you guys talking to other people right now. So make arrangements with, you know, your family to leave you alone for that time, of course, to make sure that, you know, you are in a distraction-free zone. Is everybody good with that? I know, like I said, I know a couple of you are under the same roof, and that's fine. I need you in separate rooms of the house where you can't be together. Okay, do I have any questions about that?
Miss Julie, I did.
Yes,
Well, okay, so I took my notary class a couple months before this, and I mean, I did great and everything, and she was okay with it, but I have a tendency to read the question as I'm going.
So here's the deal with that, you guys, and that kind of brings me to my next point. I can tell the difference of you looking at the screen, reading a question versus you having a conversation with somebody in the room. Everybody see what I'm saying? I can tell when you're, the agency goes, right? I can tell the difference, okay? I can also tell when you're blatantly talking to somebody else in the room. So I can't stop you from moving your mouths. I wish I could, but I can't. Honestly, if you're in the habit of moving your mouth, you're not preparing yourself for PSI. And this leads me to my next point. If you are going to take your state exam online, you cannot move your mouth. You cannot read the questions out loud. Guys, there's all these private Facebook group pages out there. I'm sure you're members of them. There's also one for North Carolina real estate educators. And here lately, my private Facebook page has been blowing up with problems about the online PSI. So we talked about this when we talked about your state exam. You have two choices. You can either take your state exam online or in person. I cannot stress enough how much I highly recommend you guys go in person. They're having so many problems online. One of them being you can't move your mouths. You can't go to the bathroom. You can't drink water. Okay. Other things is, what if you have technical difficulties? Evidently, your clock doesn't stop. So if you have a glitch in the internet, and I don't know why, I don't know the formalities behind it, and I can't make you do anything. You do what you're going to do. But I highly recommend, when you guys are ready to go take your state exam, you go to a actual testing center. Okay, you guys make that decision when you get to that point, when you're applying for your exam and you're calling PSI to schedule. You guys got to make that decision on what you're going to do. But I'm going to highly recommend that you guys go in person. There are so many problems online, and I would hate for you guys to lose time, or worse yet, lose your exam because you're reading out loud to yourself. Okay, so that's absolutely a point that I don't know what they're doing about it to fix it. I have no idea. I'll talk about that next week. We are going to talk about my exam next Tuesday. Okay. I've just seen a lot of posts lately about this PSI online, so I wanted to mention that again. Next Tuesday, the last thing we do together next week is talk about our exam, rules and expectations for my exam. So that way it's fresh in everybody's brains. Okay. So that's where we are, getting us started. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Distraction-free, CRAM course, PSI in person, non-discrimination clause. You see me going through my checklist? Check, 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 check. Everybody good? All right, y'all want to Kahoot? Let's Kahoot. Y'all grab your phones. This Kahoot is going to be on unit 17 and 19. So unit 17 is our appraisal unit. Remember, we talked about the 3 approaches to appraisal. And then unit 19 is our fair housing. So we talked about federal fair housing, and we talked about state fair housing. So this Kahoot is going to cover appraisals and fair housing. So you're either going to the website, kahoot.it, or you downloaded the app. If you do the website of the app, you need a game pin. Is that a beach umbrella? Game pin is 827-5312 for this game. Or as of January this year, thank you, Kahoot, for just providing us a QR code. How many of you are doing a QR code? Isn't that nice? That's a new feature. I like that. So you just scan on the code. And to my understanding, it just takes you right here, right? You don't even need a game pin. You just scan on the code. Cool. You do have to put your name in. I just ask that you keep it clean. I love the emojis. Yes, there's a reason why I need to keep reminding you to keep it clean. One person ruins it for everybody, don't they? If it happens again, I have a Kahoot name generator where I can assign you a name. But so far, so good. Give you a few more minutes if you want to play. Obviously, you don't have to play if you don't want to. If you don't want to log in on your phone and play, please at least play along in your mind. And if you're just bursting to share the answer, you can do so with me in a direct message. If you're not playing on your phone and you want to share, you can do so in a direct message. But why would you not Kahoot? Is Kahooting fun? Do we enjoy Kahooting? I got some Kahooters. I got some T-bars. I got some Kahooters. It's all a good time, right? Not only is it fun, I also hope that it's helpful. Obviously, that's my that's my objective. Everybody in that wants to play? You ready? Somebody said they like it when they get it correct. That's when it's fun when you get it right, right? Hopefully it's a learning experience when you don't. It could be twofold, right? All right, we in? We ready? All right, let's Kahoot. 17 and 19. 17 is appraisal, 19 is fair housing. Question number 1. An appraiser is most commonly asked to ten seconds. An appraiser, good job, guys, is most commonly asked to estimate the market value. Remember, the appraiser just gives you an opinion or an estimate. Remember, we said if you had two appraisers on the same property, could you have two appraisals? Could you have two different amounts? Sure, because you have two different opinions. It depends on what comps did they look at, for example. One appraiser may look at one comp and another appraiser may look at a different comp. So all the appraiser is offering us an estimate. Who actually determines the market price? I see your mouths move. Who actually determines what the home is worth, what the property is worth?
The buyer.
It's the buyer. It's the one that's paying that, right? And that the consumer. And again, just because a buyer's buying a house, you guys, it's no different than buying a house than it is in buying a sweater, right? It's just a bigger price tag on it. You guys with me? The consumer is still purchasing the home. And if the consumer doesn't feel that it's worth the value, is the consumer going to pay that amount? No. So the appraiser is an estimate or opinion of market value. Let's see. A lot of us got it right. Let's see who got it right out the gate. RuPaul, I now know who you are. You don't have to fess up to me. Are there some burgers? That's awesome. Y'all are going to make me hungry. And here's our little question emoji. And Gracie and Sav. Out the gate. Question number 2. The sales comparison approach to value would be most important when estimating the value of . 10 seconds. Sales comparison approach when you're estimating, good job, you guys, a resale residence. Remember, sales comparison approach is best for single family resale homes and land. Okay. Retail and apartment building, aren't those properties that produce an income? Don't you collect rent from retail? Don't you collect rent from an apartment building? So those are going to be good examples of the income capitalization approach, properties that produce an income. And then a church is going to be a special use, and best for special use properties is cost approach. So the 3 different approaches. I think RuPaul hit the wrong button. So now our question mark, smiley faces up, the burgers, Aaron, our guy at the beach, and the dolphins. You guys are making me want to go to the beach. Devin is our highest climber. She's up 11 places this round. So that's good. Good job. Question number 3. In the cost approach to value, the appraiser may make use of . 10 seconds. In the cost approach to value, the appraiser may make use of the estimated replacement cost. We look at the reproduction cost. Sales price of similar buildings in the area. That's your sales comparison approach. The sales comparison approach takes a subject property, they study the subject property, and then they go out and they find closed comps, recently sold closed comps nearby. And they adjust those comps to match the subject. You remember the hand trick? Subject comp, you deduce it. Subject comp, you increase it. Remember the hand trick? That's our sales comparison approach. The cost approach, the appraiser studies the land as if it were vacant, and then they study the structure. So they put a price on the land and they put a price on the structure. How do they value the structure? Well, they may look at the replacement cost or the reproduction cost. And remember, they also need to take into account things like depreciation. Once they put a value on the land as if it were vacant and the structure, they can add the two together, and that gives them the cost approach to value. What questions do I have on this? Yeah, a couple of you saying I need to study unit 17, and I agree. Unit 17. Y'all write that down. The key, the highlight to unit 17 are the three approaches to value that the appraiser takes: sales comparison approach, cost approach, and income capitalization approach. This is why I Kahoot. Questions on this one? Okay. So now we got, things are shaking up. Aaron's on top now. Our guy at the beach, Val climbed up, Devin climbed up, our dolphin guy's still hanging in. Kristen's our highest climber this round. She's up 14 places. Go, Aaron. That's weird. Question number 4. It is illegal for a lender to refuse to make a loan in a particular area based on the ten seconds. It's illegal for a lender to refuse to make a loan in a particular area based on the neighborhood in which the property is located. This is called redlining. Remember, redlining was a former practice of the lenders. They actually, I can't believe this was a thing. This blows my mind. They put a map on the wall and said, we are not going to originate a loan for any homes located here. They didn't look at the property. They didn't look at the people. They just said, we're not going to originate loans for people located here. If you're denied loan approval, bottom line, it better come down to your debt to income ratio. They may look at the condition of the property, but not the neighborhood as a whole. Everybody with me? Questions on this one? Redlining is what we have here. So let's see where we are. What's our podium tell us? Aaron's still on top. Dolphin climbed up. Devin climbed up. Froggy climbed up. Hamburgers, and 3 of you are on fire. So I think if you look at your phone, it gives you a little fire emblem. It'll tell you. So question number 5. Discrimination based on familial status was prohibited with the passage of the Seven seconds. Familial status was passed with the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1988. This one, you need to know those dates. You need to know what became protected in what year. So remember that chart back in the beginning of unit 19. It not only tells you what the protected classes are, but it also tells you what year. I suggest knowing that. Questions on this one? Good job for nobody saying Equal Credit Opportunity Act. That's about who? That pertains to who?
Miss
That's
Julie,
the lender. Yeah.
this chapter 17, because I got this wrong.
Unit 19
Okay.
on page 477. Cool. This is for me to emphasize the importance of the dates. See who got it right, guessed right, whatever. Dolphin climbed up, Froggy climbed up, Aaron's still up there, question mark climbed up, Sav came back up. Kenneth is our highest climber this round. He's up 14 places. And our last one for today, ADA requires that ten seconds. ADA requires reasonable accommodations be made to public places. Guys, please remember, ADA is about public accommodations. Fair housing is about housing. Fair housing is about the dwelling, the unit for sale and for rent. ADA is about public accommodations. What's wrong with the blue one? Do all employers have to abide by ADA? Not all. Yeah, that's a teeny tiny word, isn't it? But man, that has a big meaning. ADA only requires employers with 15 or more employees, 15 or more. So all is not accurate. Reasonable accommodations to public places. Okay. Questions on this one? ADA is about public accommodations. Fair housing is about housing, the dwelling, the unit. All right, let's see who our podium winners are. Our third place winner is Aaron. Good job. Our second place is Froggy. And our first place is Froggy. You have to tell me who you are in private chat. Dolphin, you have to tell me who you are in a private chat. I got runners up, a question mark, and Sav. Good Kahoot, you guys. Pat yourselves on the back. Go ahead. I would do it, but I can't. So questions, comments? Good job. Okay. All right. So we are jumping into Unit 18. Did you guys look ahead at Unit 18? Who looked ahead at Unit 18? A couple of you? If you looked ahead at Unit 18, you see that Unit 18 is 5 whopping pages. Unit 18 is mostly green stars. You may see one test question on Unit 18. You guys want to blow through this pretty quickly, or you want to spend a whole bunch of time in this unit? It's up to you guys. Let's blow through it pretty quickly. I could probably read these 5 pages to you almost as fast as what is going to take us to, but I'm not going to read to you. So, do I have any accountants on the call? Do I have any CPAs or accountants? And hang on, keep your hand up for a second because I got 2 screens of you. One of you, couple of you. Okay, all right. This is your unit. Good news is this is your unit, the accounting unit. Put on your accountant's hat. The bad news is you're probably only going to have 1 test question on it. So all that accounting experience isn't going to get you far. Guys, as a real estate agent, we may be asked tax questions. We may be asked about filing taxes and what, what applies and what doesn't. Once again, you guys, if you're not an accountant, you cannot offer tax advice. Even you may do your own taxes once a year on TurboTax, but that does not make you an expert. Okay, so unless you're a CPA, unless you are current on the rules and the laws, when your buyers and sellers start asking you a bunch of tax questions, you're going to have them CYA. But now we're going to have them call a different A, aren't we? We've always had them call their attorney, but now we need to have them call their accountant. Call your accountant. Okay, so in this unit, we're going to identify the tax benefits of homeownership. We're going to talk about itemized deductions and adjustments. And I know that says calculate. We're going to look at a couple formulas. I don't think you need to know the math. I don't. but I do think you need an understanding of what these words mean. So not only are we going to define the words, but we are also going to show you the formula. So if you're a math brain, you'll see the formula. If you're not, then you'll have the definition of the words. There are two different sections in this unit. And the first section are tax benefits for personal residence owners. Owners of real property may be able to take tax deductible expenses on some of the property expenses. For example, owners may be able to take a tax deductible expense on their mortgage interest, whatever you pay for interest each year. The first year of home ownership, you may be, if you pay discount points, you may be able to have a tax deductible interest. Remember what discount points are? Simplest form of discount points. They are prepaid interest. So discount points are interest, right? So that stands to reason. If you can take advantage of the interest, you might be able to do that. Again, if you're working with a buyer that's a first-time home buyer, suggest they have an accountant that first year that they're doing taxes to make sure they can take advantage of everything. If your lender charges prepayment penalties, that may be a tax deductible expense. Your insurance premiums may be a tax deductible expense. And then if you have any loan origination fees, they may be a tax deductible expense. So again, encourage your first time, any buyer for that matter, but especially first time home buyers to have an account that first year. I mean, they just bought a house, right? Let's help them take advantage of everything that they can, see what kind of monies they can get back. Throughout your ownership, the taxes that you pay each year may also be a tax deductible expense. If you're currently a homeowner and this is all brand new information to you, CYA, call your accountant. So this is one piece of taxation in this unit. Questions on this: tax benefits for current owners, things that they may be able to take as deductible as expenses. The second piece are tax considerations when you go to sell your property. You may be able to take advantage of things as the seller. Today you own it, tomorrow you don't. Some definitions is what we're looking at. Capital gain is the amount realized from the sale of the property. Once you sell the property, your capital gain is the amount that you realized, the amount that you made. Your cost basis is your initial cost. Your cost basis looks at what did you pay for it? What were your closing costs when you paid for it? Capital improvements are improvements to the property that add value. Ordinary wear and tear do not count for capital improvements. You paint a room, that's not a capital improvement. You want a capital improvement, you finish the unfinished basement. You add a room to the back of the house, for example. The adjusted basis is your cost basis plus your capital improvements. So your adjusted basis, you take your cost basis, what you paid for it back in the day, and add any capital improvements you made to the property. And that gives you your adjusted basis. And then your amount realized is what you sell the property for. So cost basis is what you paid for it. Amount realized is what you sold the property for. Capital gain is the difference. These are the formulas we're going to look at in just a second. So again, you either have the definitions on page 464 to 465, or we'll look at the formulas in just a second. When it comes to selling property, it depends if you were a short-term owner or a long-term owner. And most tax considerations when selling property apply to long-term ownership. Long-term ownership is defined as owning it more than 12 months. Usually we don't have tax considerations with short-term ownership. Typically, who is the short-term owner? Typically, who owns it less than 12 months? Is that the flipper, the investor, the person that buys it to flip it, to sell it? They don't get to take advantage of the same tax considerations because that's just the normal course of their job. That's just part of them doing business. And they have other investors have other tax benefits as part of doing their business. So when we talk about tax consideration when selling, these are long-term interests more than 12 months. Other things they need to take into consideration if this is your principal residence. They do have advantages for how you file. If you're a married couple filing jointly, you could get up to $500,000 tax-free. We'll talk more about this in just a second. Or if you're a single person, or if you're married filing separately, you could have up to $250,000 tax-free. Again, we'll talk a little bit more about this in just a second. So in order to take most tax considerations, not only does it have to be your principal residence, but you also have to have occupied it for 2 out of the last 5 years. And it's to my understanding, caveat, I am not an accountant. It's to my understanding that it doesn't have to be 2 consistent years. I'm on page 465. It doesn't have to be 2 consistent years. It just has to be 2, add up to 2 out of the 5 years. So let's take those words that we just defined for my math brains in here, and let's break these down to formulas. We just defined these things. Our adjusted basis, we take your purchase price, what did you pay for it, plus your allowable closing costs. The purchase price plus allowable closing costs gave us our cost basis. What did you pay for it? The purchase price plus allowable closing costs, your cost basis plus your capital improvements gives you your adjusted basis. Think of adjusted basis as what you paid for it back in the day and anything you put into it while you owned it. Capital improvements. Your amount realized then looks at when you sell it. Adjusted basis looks at when you bought it and what you put into it while you owned it. Your amount realized looks at what did you sell it for. Find your amount realized, you take the sales price minus allowable closing costs. So adjusted basis is back in the day when you bought it, plus your capital improvements. Your amount realized is what you sold it for. So then your capital gain is the difference in your amount realized and your adjusted basis. The difference in what you bought it for and what you added to it versus what you turned around and sold it for is your capital gain or loss. If your amount realized, if you sell it for less than what you put into it, you have a loss. So let's look at an example together. I'll put your pencils down for a second. Everybody just relax for a second. All right. So your original purchase price of $398,000 and you had 1,550 in closing costs. 20 years later, you sold it for $920,600 closing costs. That sounds like this market that we're in right now. This is the market, you know, only can you sell something. So those were the facts. So you first find your cost basis. The problem didn't mention capital improvements. If we had capital improvements, our cost basis would be our adjusted basis. But because we don't have capital improvements, we look at the purchase price plus our original closing costs. And then your amount realized, you take your sales price minus what did you sell it for minus your allowable closing costs. That gives you your amount realized. So for this individual, their capital gain is the difference in their amount realized and their cost basis. So what the heck does all this mean? Well, if they're a married couple filing jointly, they have $500,000 tax exemption. So their capital gains of $519,850, we're going to deduct that $500,000. They only have to pay capital gain taxes on $19,850. That's where that $500,000 if married, or $250,000 if single or married filing separately. I'd much rather pay taxes on $19,850 than I would $519,850. How about you guys? Agree. All right. So that's what we mean by that 500, that deduction, that benefit. Assuming the tax rate is 15%, you would just take 15% and you would have capital gains taxes for this year of $2,977.50. Capital gains taxes. Questions? Y'all now pretty much know what I know about the accounting side of it. That's what I know. I was smart. I married an accountant, so I don't have to deal with it. Hand in my shoebox once a year. Here you go.
Will we use this in our realtor career?
No, you will have your buyer or seller call their accountant. Unless you're an accountant and you are current on the current tax laws, you cannot give tax advice. I'm going to go back for 1 second. The 500,000 was what we were talking about here. Married couple filing jointly up to 500, or single person or married filing separate up to 250. I don't know where they came up with these amounts, but that's what we were talking about here. Was that 500,000? Because this is a married couple filing jointly. The last little piece of this unit, there's some special rules that apply, that may apply if you have a home office. A lot more of us have home offices now post-COVID, don't we? So if you have a space, a dedicated space for your home office, you may be able to use that as a write-off. Call your accountant, because there's rules. There's certain things that have to apply. You guys see my tax deduction. This corner right here, this is my tax deduction. Again, I don't know how it works. There could be some tax breaks with installment sales. Maria, if I understand it, they wouldn't. I'm going to go back for 1 second. Yeah. So if it was a single person, you would deduct the 250. Yep. Better than nothing. Yeah. Installment sales, some tax breaks for installment sales. You guys remember in Unit 10, we talked about an installment land contract. And with the installment land contract, the buyer's paying the seller the purchase price, but they're not doing it in one lump sum. They're doing it how? They're doing it in installments. They're making payments. The seller, as they're receiving those payments, may be able to take tax advantages, tax breaks, have them call their accountant. And then there could be some special rules with taxation if you own a vacation property, if you have a vacation home at the beach or the mountains. Again, there's certain rules, so call your accountant. I know, for example, to take advantage, it's got to be a true vacation home, which means you, the owner, I think it's like you, the owner, can't occupy the home more than 14 days out of the year. So it's a true vacation home. The other days of the year, somebody else is there. Again, if you have a vacation property, if you're helping a buyer or seller purchase or sell a vacation property, if you're thinking about buying one, call your accountant. They can walk you through the tax laws. Another tax thing, are any of you planning on going into investment or working with investors? Anybody going to go? And again, hold your hand up for 1 second so I can go to page 2. Anybody thinking about going that route? A couple of you. There's a really cool IRS rule for investors. So if you're an investor, you're thinking about being an investor, you want to work with investors, have them talk to their accountant about this. It's called the Tax Deferred Exchange, the 1031 program. And what this program says, the IRS will allow the investor to sell one investment property, use the proceeds of that sale to purchase another investment property, and not pay taxes because they exchanged this investment property for another investment property. Isn't that cool? That's a really cool benefit for the investor. And there is no end in sight. They can keep exchanging like-kind properties for like-kind properties. And when we talk about like-kind properties, I'm not talking a 2-story brick for a 2-story brick. We're talking single family residence for single family residence. So if you sell a condo investment and use that to purchase a ranch, that's an investment property, like-kind property. Isn't that nice? Thank you, IRS. So again, if your investment or thinking about going into investing or working with investors, call your accountant or have them call their accountant. And then another tool that accountants use, and we talked about this back in our appraisal unit, is depreciation. Remember, depreciation is just the loss in value for any reason. So one tool that accountants use is straight line depreciation. So let's say that we have determined that this building's useful life is 50 years. We've decided its effective age, its useful life is 50 years. And let's say the building is valued at $1,500,000. I'm making numbers up. If the value is 1.5 million and we estimate its useful life of 50 years, we can just take that and divide by 50. I'm gonna find my calculator. We determine, that didn't work. We determine straight line depreciation says each year it's going to lose $30,000 in value. How much does it depreciate in this case? Year 1, it'll depreciate $30,000. Year 2, $30,000. Year 37, $30,000. That's all straight line depreciation says. It's an equal amount over the structure's useful life. So we look at the value and our effective years to determine how much it loses each year. Depreciation. Boy, if all of them were that simple, right? Key terms 463, key point review 472, student quiz 473. Y'all, please do not spend all your study time on unit 18. Are you going to see a test question? There's a very good possibility. Are you going to see 5? No. If you have any questions on unit 18, call your accountant. I'm not kidding when I say you all know what I know. I'm almost embarrassed to admit, not quite, but almost embarrassed to admit, I'm one of those girls that went from daddy doing her taxes to her husband doing her taxes. So I know nothing about this. Nothing about this stuff. Like I said, not totally embarrassed to admit it, just almost. I'll take it. Questions? I'm in familiar company. All right. Unit 18, that's a wrap. So let's take 10. Let's go ahead and take our break. When we come back, we're going to blow through unit 16. So let's take 10.
I was excited about the break just so I could call my husband and be like, hey, did you know that if we
Call your accountant, call your husband and have your husband call his accountant. There you go. Good for them. All right. We're back. How we doing? Everybody call your account number. Some of you are like, oh my gosh. I just taught y'all just enough to be dangerous. That's a big chunk of this class, isn't it? In some aspect, I'm teaching about lending and appraisal and accounting and homeowners insurance. Who else do we have like? And bottom line, you guys, we're just brokers. We need to know when to stay in our lane. The reason we cover so many of these basics is so we know when to say, ooh, that's a good question. You should call your lender or accountant or whomever. Okay. Always as a broker, stay in your lane. Everybody good with that? Okay. All right. So let's take attendance. And we are getting into unit 16. If you looked ahead at unit 16, you'll notice it's about 10 pages, 9 or 10 pages. Lots of green stars, maybe 1 or 2 test questions. You guys want to spend lots of time in 16 or you want to blow through it pretty quickly? Okay. So unit 16 is maybe one of my favorite. I don't know why. It's very interesting to me. And the basis behind unit 16 is construction. And not just any construction, but residential construction. We're just going to focus on basic residential construction. Commercial buildings tend to be built differently. Okay, so we're going to just focus on residential. You can call your architect, you can call your builder, you can call your developer. That's right. But to be fair to your point, Rebecca, do you think buyers like to point at features of homes and say, what is that? What is that? So having this basic understanding, I can answer a question like we're going to talk about what the heck a dormer is in just a second. So buyers may want to know what a dormer is, you know. But yes, also to your point, when they start asking lots and lots of questions, we need to send them to the builder or the architect or the developer. Absolutely. So basic residential construction. We're going to talk about some different architectural types and styles of residential construction. Again, the focus is residential. We're going to define some components of framing. So we're going to talk about floor framing, wall framing, and roof framing. We're going to talk about the skeleton. So let's first look at some pictures and let's talk about some architecture types. Now, this isn't all of them, obviously. This is just a sample of them, a couple of them for us to look at and kind of decide. The ranch style, with the ranch style, all of your living is on one level. So your living area, your kitchen, your bedrooms, it's all on one level. Maybe you have a basement with bonus area, maybe you don't, but a ranch style, all of your living is on one level. The split level, you can see here, you have one level here, here's your garage. Typically what you see in this area is the living room, kitchen, dining room, etc. And then at some point you have a staircase. You go up to the second story here. Those are usually where your bedrooms are. Come down to the lower level here. Maybe you have a bonus room, a family room, something like that. Do not confuse a split level with a split entry. A split entry is a 2-story home. When you walk in the front door of a split entry, you have 2 choices. You go up or you go down. Okay, so split level, we do have main level living, and then you split entry or split foyer, may also be called. 2-story homes, again, your living room, kitchen, dining room is going to mostly be on the main floor. Maybe your primary bedroom is on the main floor. We're starting to see that in a lot of newer designs where the primary bedroom, the owner's suite, is on the first floor. Or you may have that upstairs with your other bedrooms, maybe a bonus room, a family room. And then contemporary or kind of the unique designs. This is definitely a call an architect kind of thing. I tend to think that looks like the Jetsons home or something, you know, just very unique, futuristic kind of looking. Why don't you guys get your private chat ready for me? And in a private chat, of these four, which one do you think is typically the most expensive to build? I know they can all vary depending on design, but on average, typically, Which one do you think is the most expensive to build? So we're weighing in. A lot of you are saying contemporary, and I agree. The cost for contemporary can get, once you start, I don't know about you guys, but when I hear custom built and custom design, I also hear dollar signs followed by that. Once you start customizing stuff, you're at. So absolutely, I agree that the contemporary could be very expensive, but typically, just in general, typically the ranch is most expensive to build because all of your main living is under one roof. All of your living is on one foundation. And when it comes to building, the two most expensive components are your foundation and your roof. You may have a ranch and a two-story, for example, with the exact same square footage, but the two-story has half the roof and half the foundation because you kind of chopped it in two and stacked it on top of each other. Does that make sense? So again, and I agree, I'm not disagreeing with you guys. The contemporary can get very expensive depending on the design, that kind of thing. But when it comes to construction, the two most expensive components are the roof and the foundation. And that's why usually the ranch is the most expensive. So let's talk, guys, the key to Unit 16, there's just a lot of words. Again, a couple test questions. You just need lots of green stars with these words. So you just need a basic understanding of what these words are. So what we're going to do is take this and we're actually going to break it down into 3 sections. So if you want to snap a screenshot or something of this now, you're welcome to. Don't forget my PowerPoints are in Learn Test Pass. So you already have access to it. But we're going to talk about just some basic components of framing of construction. And as do builders, we're going to start at the very bottom. We're going to start at the bottom and build up. The lowest, the first thing that goes are the footings. To put in the footings, you have to dig in the ground. So you dig trenches, you dig in the ground. Footings need to be located under the frost line. Depending on where you are in the country, your frost line varies, right? The further north you go, the further down your frost line is, the further in the ground your frost line is. The foundation rests on the footings, and we have a couple different types of foundations. We will talk about those next. But the footings kind of give it the overall support. The foundation goes on top of the footings. This picture we're looking at here is a crawl space. And you guys see the piers? You see the piers in between here? The piers just offer support. If we didn't have these piers, it would be easy for the floor to kind of sag over time. So the piers just offer support if you have a crawl space or a basement foundation. Your foundation is, as we're looking at, bricks, cinder blocks, cement, for example. The different types of foundations, again, you have a crawl space. The crawl space lifts the living level off the home. It allows for moisture control, pest control. It allows you to get under the home and access underneath. A basement is a story high crawl space. So depending on how far down you dig, if you have a basement or crawl space, and there are tall crawls. I mean, there are some crawl spaces that are, but a story high, remember we said 7 inches, remember our residential square footage guidelines. So you can have tall crawls. I'm not a tall person, so it's not saying much, but I have been in crawl spaces where I could stand up, just hunch. So some of you wouldn't be able to get in one. I have. But basements are just a story high. Again, dug into the ground. Basements may be finished. for bonus room, living area, maybe a den. They may be unfinished just for storage. And then the slab is flat. You pour the concrete right on the ground. So you put your pipes in, your plumbing, your electrical, and then you pour the concrete around it. Some people, it's a preference thing. Let's agree with this. This is a preference thing. Some people argue that one negative to a slab, once you put your plumbing in and you pour concrete around it, the plumbing is there to stay. So if you ever want to remodel, your sink is here. You're not going to be able to easily move that. If you're in a crawl space or a basement, you can get under the house and move plumbing around, right? So some people would argue that one disadvantage to a slab, again, it's a preference thing, but these are our foundations. So that picture we just looked at a few minutes ago, we're going to break that down into 3 sections. And the first little section is our floor framing. And the lowest, as we said earlier, the lowest part of the floor framing is our footings. The foundation wall rests on the footings. You may have piers just to help support the floor. We don't want sagging. Sills are the lowest horizontal piece of wood. The sill sits on the foundation. And you may have girders on the sill just to help balance, just to help level it out. Not all land is level. So you may have to add girders to the home to help keep it level. On top of the sill or the girder goes the floor joist. The floor joist is what carries the weight of the floor. So the floor joist is forms the structure of the floor. On top of the floor joist goes the subfloor. The subfloor is usually plywood, particle board, something like that. We put our flooring on the subfloor. So whatever you're walking on, carpet, tile, laminate, wood, etc., the flooring goes on the subfloor. The sole plate connects the subfloor to the studs. The sole plate connects the sole plate to the studs. The studs are the vertical pieces of lumber. The studs are what give the home their shape. Have you ever heard if the bones are good of a home? If we're talking about the bones, we're talking about the studs, the structure, the skeleton of it. Once the studs go up, as you can really start seeing what the shape is, what it's going to look like. The top plate connects the stud to the ceiling joist. The ceiling joist carries the weight of the ceiling, carries the weight of the roof. I always remember top plates on top, sole plates on bottom. Where's the soles of your shoes? Think about you. Where's your soles? Soles of your shoes are on the bottom. Your top is on top. So top plates on top, soles of your shoes on bottom. When it comes to studs and framing, overall framing, there's some different systems. The platform is the most common. It's typically what we see. And with the platform, each floor is framed separately. So you can see I have the bottom floor I can't say that today, floor framed. You have the bottom floor framed, and then you have the second floor framed. That's a platform, and that's usually most common. Each floor is framed separately. With the balloon, it's one framing. So it would be two, it'd be a really, really long pieces of wood, right? Really long pieces of studs, because you're not breaking it up per floor. And then post and beam uses a different kind of lumber. It's going to be a little bit bigger. You may not need as much. With post and beam, I tend to think of like Thomas Kincaid homes, that kind of thing, like a mountain cabinet, you know, that kind of thing. But again, typically the most common that we see is platform. Studs, current building codes, you don't need to know this, but just FYI, current building codes have studs about 16 inches apart. If you find an older home, that may not have been the building code back in the day. Building codes can change. But right now, today, building codes require studs to be about 16 inches apart. And here's another fun fact for you. You guys want a fun fact? No testing. Put your pencil down for a second. Have you heard of your lumber being like 2x4, 4x8, that kind of thing? That 2x4 is post-treatment. We got to treat lumber for like termites, right? That kind of thing. And when you treat it, it tends to shrink just a little bit. So if you're actually looking at a 2x4 once it's been treated, it will not measure 2x4. It measured 2x4 before it was treated. All right, that was your fun fact for the day. Builders have had buyers come out with their measuring tapes and have said, you're not using the appropriate size lumber. Yeah, the builder knows what they're doing. Come on, let the builder do their job. So our wall framing support, and then we move up to roof and ceiling. Here's our stud connected to the top plate. The top plate connects the stud to the ceiling joist. The ceiling joist carries the weight of the roof. Most roofs in residential are triangle shaped. Most roofs, I know there's exceptions, but most roofs are triangle shaped. The rafters are what form that triangle shape. If it is a triangle shape, you have rafters to form that. The ridge board is the highest part of construction. The ridge board, we want the water to flow off the roof, right? We want it to flow off and away from the house. Moisture and homes are not good. Not good at all. So it's all about, a lot of this is about keeping the water, keeping the moisture controlled. If you have an opening in the roof, for example, a chimney, maybe a vent, for example, you're going to have flashing. Flashing just seals that hole. Again, you don't want an open space here and have rain come in, moisture come in. So flashing seals that gap if you have an opening in your roof. And then the components of your roof, or your eave, I should say, the eave is the part of the roof that juts out from the house. The overhang of the roof. Again, we're trying to keep water from coming right on the side of the home. So the eave can help drain that. The different components of your eave, the fascia board kind of runs along here. This is what you attach your gutters to. So the gutters, again, help with drainage, moisture control. The soffit, if your home looks like this, when you go outside on break, if you were to stand flat against your house and look straight up, you're looking at the soffit. And when you look straight up, you're probably going to notice that it has a bunch of little holes in it. It helps offer ventilation for the attic, ventilation for the attic, the upper space there, the roof. And then your freeze board, it helps give the home its look. It's a decorative piece, maybe a decorative board. It too can help prevent elements, moisture, but it helps everything look nice. Questions on your basic framing components? We need to have a basic understanding of what all these words are, basic understanding of what these words are. One or two test questions. Okay. Let's move to the exterior wall. Sheathing is what gets added to the outside of the studs. Sheathing is usually plywood, particle board. On top of the sheathing, you put tar paper, or what we're seeing, what's absolutely gaining in popularity is house wrap. house wrap, I just think of like a cartoon and a really big saran wrap, you know, just running around and wrapping the home. They cut out the place for holes and doors or windows and doors. You're good. So you put the house wrap or the tar paper on the sheathing, and then your exterior siding is added to the house wrap or tar paper. The exterior siding is what we see. What you're looking at here is vinyl siding. You could have brick, stone, stucco. Residential homes typically have windows. There are different types of windows. Sliding windows move one way or the other. There's either a piece that slides up, or maybe it moves vertically back and forth. Swinging windows open out. They usually have a crank, and you crank them and they open out. Fixed windows don't open. Fixed windows are picture windows. That's what you're looking at here is a fixed window. So different types of windows. The components of the window, you have the window sill, which is the very bottom, the window sill. You have the window jamb, which is the sides. And then the header is the top. Again, where's your head? Your head is on top. So the header's on top. Usually what you see in residential construction on this opening before we put this window in, and same thing with doors, you have a header board that just helps to support that opening. We don't want this to cave in until we get the window in. So there's an extra piece of wood there in construction just to help support, offer support. But the sill, the jamb, and the header. The sash is the part of the window that moves. So if you open your window up, whatever the movable part is, that's called the sash. If it moves back and forth, that's the sash. And then muttons and mullions are not made up words I threw in there just to see if you're paying attention. They are real. Muttons and mullions are the cross hatches of a window pane. So your muttons are your horizontal pieces. Your mullions are your vertical. So you see these different panes. Those are your muttons and mullions. Homes also have doors. Your exterior doors are the doors that lead outside. Your interior doors are doors that may lead to a bathroom or a bedroom, maybe a closet. Your exterior door is going to be more supportive. It's going to be easier to break in. Have you guys ever knocked or knocked down a bedroom door before? Most of them are hollow. It's not hard to do. Most of them are hollow. Your exterior door is not like that though. It's going to offer you more support, better protection, so we can't knock it down as easily. And different types of doors. A flush door is flat. There is no indenting. A panel door is what you're looking at on the picture. You see you have different indentations, different pieces that rise, offer decorative. Sliding glass doors are made of glass. They usually allow access to a patio or a deck or a balcony. And then French doors are typically inside. They're more high scale, upscale decorative doors. It's not uncommon to see French doors leading from the kitchen to the formal dining room. Just more upscale decorative doors, typically have glass panels. Good news, the components for the door are the same as the window. Sills on bottom, jambs the sides, headers the top. Questions on windows and doors? We talked about the framing of a roof, but let's talk about the actual roof itself, the components of the roof. On the framing, you put decking. Again, decking is like your plywood, particle board. On top of your decking, you put your tar paper. And then to the tar paper, you attach the shingles. Shingles are laid in a way to help divert water away from the home. The roof gets all the elements, doesn't it? It gets rain, wind, sun, hail, everything. The roof takes it all. And the biggest job of the roof is to keep water off the home. You guys see how these shingles are laid? That's going to help divert water down, divert water away. And that's its point. We want water to run down to the gutter. The gutter takes it away from the home. The roofing felt is the tar paper. You put the roofing felt on the decking. It allows you to attach the shingles. Shingles are usually made of asphalt or fiberglass. You could have wood shake. And then the pitch of the roof is the slope of it. How steep is it? Rise over run. The larger the rise, the steeper the slope. Also, some are very steep. These look like, look at this thing. This looks like a very steep pitch to me. Not all roofs may be that steep. Page 428. There's some pictures. Just some roof designs. The gable roof is the triangle roof that we were referring to, the gable roof. That's the most common in residential in North Carolina, most common. You may have a gable roof with dormers. A dormer is just a little extra, maybe it's a little window, maybe you can walk on it, maybe you can't, but it just helps give it a little extra something. Salt box roof, if you see a salt box roof, that's usually a 1.5 story home. So you have all the living on one level, and then maybe you have a bonus room, the second bedroom, third bedroom, for example, on the second floor there. The flat roof is typically what we see with commercial. And again, with flat roofs, most commercial buildings will have their AC, their heat unit on the roof. And they have to have some kind of drainage control because we don't want that water just sitting there and hanging out. Not only is that a breeding fest for mold and mosquitoes, but over time, the weight of all that water could cause damage. So if you have a flat roof like that for commercial, you have to have some way to control the drainage. Most homes have insulation. Insulation materials have grown over the years. Old school insulation. You guys remember the old Pink Panther rolls, the big pink rolls, and you just stand there and literally just roll it out. They're still around. The bats, they're called. Today, we're seeing different forms of insulation. What we're looking at the Pink Panther doing right now is called a loose fill insulation. They pretty much just blow it in and then it hardens over time. This is good if you're putting insulation like in between walls. Maybe you have 2 interior walls and you want to insulate that space. We're also seeing today foam insulation. Again, you just take the foam, spray it in, it hardens. So there's different materials. Weather stripping is used to seal openings around doors and windows. So maybe you have a little gap. It allows air in and out. It can really help your power bill if you put weather stripping up. Can also prevent critters from trying to come in. So Twessa says, is it harmful? That's an interesting question. Remember in Unit 20, we talked about all these building products that are banned now, because when we first started building with them, we didn't know they were bad for us. I don't know that we've learned the long-term effects yet of fill in, blown in, or foam. I don't know. I don't know yet. We're still using it. So nothing's been, but that's the thing about new building products. It takes time to learn. Like when we first started using asbestos, we didn't know asbestos was a problem, right? And then one day we found asbestos was a problem. We said, oh my God, stop using asbestos. It's bad. Same thing with lead in your paint. We thought it was cool at first. We learned it was bad for us and we banned it. So is it harmful? I don't know. We may learn that 20 years from now, 40 years from now, who knows? Anytime you have anything new like that. And then moisture control in your attics, basements, you always want moisture control. Flow of air, ventilation can help moisture control. You want to allow air through. Homes need to breathe. Have you guys ever heard that? Homes need to breathe. Doors and windows have to open. People need to come and go. The AC unit's got to kick on every once in a while. Yeah, insulation. Don't touch it. Use a glove. I went to there was a builder. It was a couple years ago. It was before COVID, and there was a builder that built a primarily green home. And once he finished building it, he did a broker luncheon, so we could all go and ooh and ah over it. And there were a lot of features to ooh and ah over it. It was pretty cool. But when we got up in the attic, he had that foam insulation, and I mean, like, I was able to like stand there and touch it, you know. So that was fun. I got to see that. It was a nice product he had. It's not cheap to build green though. So if you want to build green, there's going to be dollar signs. Insulation comes in different R values. The higher the R value, the more resistant to heat it is. So with that being said, where's the highest R value? It's at the top of the house. We want the sun that the roof is capturing. We don't want that heat coming down into the home. So you usually see a higher R value in the top, a lesser R value for your walls and flooring insulation. Homes also have to have some kind of heating source. Heating is required, AC is not. Remember we talked about our residential square footage guidelines. Air conditioning is a luxury, but heating is required. Typically what we're seeing today construction, we're seeing an HVAC system, which combines heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. What does HVAC stand for? Heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. It's a combination of it all. HVAC system can be powered from different sources. Solar panels, we'll talk more about that in just a second. Gas or oil, electricity. I'm going to say in this neck of the woods, here in the triad, natural gas and electricity are the two most, or I should say natural gas or electricity are the two most common. Other heating systems that you may come across, there's central forced warm air. A central forced home air, we're not seeing this in homes built today, but if you come across a home that's 50 or 100 years old, you may see a central forced warm air system. You don't have a duct system. It's a centralized heating. So it's in like the middle of the house and it generates heat to the rest of the home. Same thing with gravity warm air. There's no duct system. Just have a centralized. Electronic baseboards, again, you may see these in older homes. They're just like little heaters that run along the baseboards. Space heating systems could be your kerosene heaters, your wood stoves, radiators. The radiators are like those little coils. Those things get hot, by the way. Don't touch those. Those suckers get hot. So again, see a lot of those in older buildings. And gaining in popularity is solar heating, the use of solar heating. You may have solar heating system just for that one property. Have you guys ever seen solar panels on a roof when you're out driving around? You may also have a solar farm that's capturing heat for various different places. My Winston-Salem people, if you go out Clemensville Road, you go up Stratford Road and you take a left on Clemensville and you go past Griffith and you go past Hobby Park, right there on the right is a huge solar farm. Not quite to Ebert or Ebert, depends on where you're from in the world, how you say that. But there's a huge solar farm in Winston-Salem. I'm sure they're popping up everywhere now. Floor heating, yes, there's floor heating systems where there's like coils in the floor. There's ceiling heating systems where there's coils in the seat. But what do we know about heat? Heat rises, right? So I think the floor heating systems are better than the ceiling because pretty much what you're doing is heating the attic. I showed a property once with ceiling heating systems, and I'm fortunate enough on my team that we have a general contractor. I can't tell you the benefit of having a general contractor on speed dial. I'm just saying. So I'm like taking pictures of this and emailing my GC and saying, what the heck is that? He wanted to come look at it. He was like, wow. But again, if you have ceiling heating, you're heating because heat rises. But then with the floor heating, ooh, you got the floor warm. So yeah, when you get out of bed in the middle of the night, your floor is warm. Okay. There's a definite plus for floor heating right there. I hadn't thought about that. Driveways have heating. That seems like a little excessive charge to me, but hey, if that's what you want, by all means, there's a builder out there that will do it for you, I promise. Money talks, right? If you want to heat a driveway, by all means. Nice. Yeah, I like that. Plus, I hadn't thought about yet. Driveway heating, if you're in a place prone to snow, that's a good point. Less shoveling. So there you go. We like our ice here in North Carolina, so that may be able to help us to get out. We can't get past the driveway. At least we can get out of the driveway. Different AC units. Again, homes built today, typically what we're seeing is central forced air, but you may also have room units. What you're looking at here is a window unit. Y'all are too fancy for me. So your AC, again, it might be part of the HVAC system. You may have central forced air. It's not uncommon, you guys, for older homes, some older homes to not have central AC. So it might be a window unit or something. Again, new construction today, we're seeing the HVAC system. And usually what we're seeing is a heat pump that's a combination of heat and air. It pulls the heat from the outside to heat the home. It removes the heat from the inside to reverse it to keep it cool. All we have to do is flip our thermostat over, right, from heat to AC, and it knows what to do. Question came in, would a window AC, that's a great question. Would a window AC unit be considered a fixture? My answer to you is, how is it installed? Is it just put in and then you close the window, or is it somehow attached? Does that make sense? So we'd have to see, like if you lift the window and it falls out, that would be personal property. But if it's somehow sealed in, Heat is measured through BTUs. How do we measure heat? Something called BTUs. BTUs stands for British Thermal Units. What we're seeing again in new construction today with homes that are 1.5 stories or 2 stories, you know, they have a second level, part of a second level. It's not uncommon to see dual heating units. So you have a smaller unit for the second level and a larger unit. It just helps control, because like we just said, heat rises. So if you just have one unit, that unit is working to heat the whole house, and the upstairs can get pretty toasty, right? Because all the heat's going up there. So if you have 2 units, you can adjust them. How do you know if you're showing property, the buyer says, does this place have 2 units? How do you know? You can walk outside and see 2 units. You can walk in the house and see 2 thermostats, one upstairs, one down. If you see 2 thermostats, 2 units, then we got a dual heating system. Just help save that power bill a little bit. Somebody said their AC is broken right now. Please get it fixed within the next few days. It's going to get hot soon. Get your guy out or get a good fan. Yep, could be done that way. Building construction, good timing. Building construction, building codes are regulated. Builders just can't build, right? They got to follow certain building codes. We talked about building codes back in unit 5 or 6. We talked about land use controls. When you sign with a firm, yeah, of course. Of course. We're just talking basic here. Basic understanding of residential construction. HUD homes also have minimum standards. You guys remember when we were talking about FHA and VA loans, and we said the appraisal process for FHA and VA homes were different. Not all homes qualify for FHA and VA. So there's HUD has minimum standards, building codes, and any major project is going to have a general contractor. The general contractor is going to help facilitate everyone. They're going to be the ones to coordinate with the plumber and the electrician and the framer and, you know, the floor and all those people that are around. Tell me in a private chat, I'm going to test your memory. Tell me in a private chat, we mentioned projects when we were in unit 6, and we said, if a project is more than X amount, a general contractor is required. If a project is more than X amount, look at you guys go. No question marks. I'm going to ban question marks. If a project, if a project is more than X amount, a general contractor is required. And what's that X amount? That X amount was $30,000. Good job, you guys. So any major renovation building project, a lien agent, a general contractor is required just to help facilitate. Failure to pay the bills, they can put a mechanic's lien on you. Failure to pay any mechanic, they can put a mechanic's lien on you. Our lady just had her AC guy pulled in the driveway right now. She said, if that AC guy charged her $200 and she doesn't pay that, please pay that $200. But if she doesn't, can the AC guy put a lien on her for that $200, a mechanic's lien? Absolutely. Moral of this story, just pay your bills. When you have the AC guy come out, again, the key to unit 16 is just a basic understanding of those key terms. I would go through the beginning. I would go through the beginning on page 421 and just look at those words. Do you know what this word means? Great. Do you know what this word means? No, look it up. Have a basic, and everybody hear me when I say basic. I don't want y'all spending all your study time in unit 16, 1 or 2 questions, maybe. That being said, I think you should look at unit 16 briefly, because you could get yourself 1 or 2 questions. If you have a basic understanding. Key point review on page 431. And then student quiz on 432. Any questions on unit 16? Do I have any builders or developers? No, it's really interesting. Hang on, let me go to page 2. No, it's really interesting. Questions? Family businesses, cool. When you're working with buyers that are going for new construction, always have them have a plan B. Delays in construction are just, they're just going to happen. Weather can delay us. Right now in this country, we're going through a building supply. We're going through a labor shortage. So delays in construction for whatever reason just happen. So always, and I said if they're going new construction, but even if they're going resale, it doesn't matter. Always have your people have a plan B, because delays just happen. And it becomes a problem when nobody's prepared for it. So look at your buyers. Are they new construction? Or are they resale? And say, if something gets delayed, what's your plan B? Fingers crossed it closes on time. Unless you have a crystal ball and can predict the future, don't. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Wow. Delays in construction just happen. Absolutely. Like I said, right now, I don't care what industry you're in this country, you're dealing with shortage supply, labor shortage, or supply shortage, labor shortage. It just happens. Questions on 16? Bringing in the family business. Cool. I know I'm a little early on break, but I don't want to start a new topic and then take a break. So let's go ahead and take 10. We come back. We're in license law and commission rule. It starts on page 707. You guys heard me mention 707 before. We're going to do it in 10. All right. How we doing? Cool. I appreciate you guys working with me for 18 and 16, so we can spend as much time as we can on license law and commission rule, which is where we're heading next. So let me take attendance. I need you guys to please remember that your state exam is broken down into two sections. There's a national section and there's a state section. My exam also has two sections, but mine is a pass or fail. For your state exam, you have to pass both sections. Everybody with me so far? There's the difference. Mine is 1 grade, pass or fail. We'll talk about that on Tuesday. Your state exam, you have two sections that you have to pass. You have to pass the national section and you have to pass the state section. National sections are things that pertain to all brokers across the country. They're not state specific. The state section then is stuff that is just specific to North Carolina. Are different rules and laws for the state. A good chunk of your state section is going to be the license law and commission rule section that we're getting ready to cover. But I need you guys to pay attention to all state specific stuff. Remember, as you're looking in your textbook, and we pointed this out before, let's just random page in your book. I just opened my book to page 500. Random page. Everyone flip with me to 500 really quick. Scattered throughout your book on a lot of these pages. Do you guys see in the left-hand margin on page 500, it says in North Carolina? Does everybody see that? That's directing you to a possible state-specific section. That's what we mean by that. My PowerPoints, we've tried to put the flag up to help drive you to state-specific section. So in addition to license law and commission rule, you may also want to understand, the in North Carolina stuff, because that can give you state-specific stuff. Everybody with me so far? Across the state, this is typically what happens. We want you guys to pass both sections both times. The first time you go, we want you to pass both sections. And there is a good majority of you that will pass both sections the first time. Let's shoot for that. Everybody good? Go to PSI one time, pass both sections. If you don't pass both sections the first time, typically what we see across the state, typically what happens is you pass the national section, but you fail the state. Once you pass one section, you don't have to retake that section. That's good news. So if you don't pass both, let's just say you pass the national and fail the state, you only have to go back and retake the state. So in other words, if you're just focusing on the state, if it doesn't say in North Carolina, then you don't need to worry about it. Again, we see a good number that pass both sections the first time, but I think those that pass the national and don't pass the state, I think what we hear back from those students is that the state-specific section is really specific. It's really detailed. We're honing in, we're narrowing in. So not only do we really need to know all this material, we really need to know the North Carolina state-specific stuff. This is one reason why I say license law and commission rule for last, because I want it to be the freshest in your mind. I want you guys to get through both sections. When you're studying this weekend, I need you to study both sections. You got to have national and state stuff. Not necessarily worry about what it is, just know it, right? Which is why I have that PowerPoint for you guys, that exam review PowerPoint to help you focus. License law and commission rule is Appendix A of your textbook. Appendix A actually starts on page 569. 569 starts with giving you license law. License law starts on page 570. And then commission rule starts somewhere. I don't have that page right in front of me. So it actually breaks down license law and commission rule. I tried to help you guys. The Real Estate Commission thinks you should sit down and read all of Appendix A. Appendix A is about a couple hundred pages. There's a lot more in Appendix A than what you're ever going to be tested on. I tried to help you guys by having you focus starting on page 707. 707 is where we're spending most of our time today and Tuesday. 707 is the license law and rules comments. So we're having a conversation about various topics of license law and commission rule. So we're going to go through together, starting on page 707. Once we get through with 707, there are other things that are mentioned in the syllabus that are license law and commission rule, not in the comments. So we need to go back and get those, and I will provide you with the information that you need. Fair enough? You do not have to raise your hand. This is a rhetorical question. I'm not even going to make it a question. If you have not read in your book, starting on page 707, I really encourage you to do so between now and next Thursday, and to help you get ready for your state exam. If you haven't read it already, I'm not going to ask you. You know if you read it or not, right? If you haven't read it already, please, 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 for your license law and commission rule, for your state specific section, focus starting on page 707, and that's where we're heading now. Do I have any questions or comments so far? I want to see you guys pass both the first time. I really do. But you guys have got to spend time on this state specific stuff. Let me rephrase that. You guys have got to spend time on all this stuff. Guys, please remember, once you pass my exam next Thursday, we may be done, but you are not. You've got to keep studying until you get through that state exam. Does everybody hear what I'm telling you? I can't tell you how many times I get a phone call or an email from a former student. I was in your class 6 months ago and I got busy and I haven't had a chance to study, and now I want to take my state exam. What should I do? And I'm like, page 1, man, because if you haven't touched your book in 6 months, what do you think happens to all this material that we've just spent the last couple months going over together? Where do you think it goes? Yeah, it just kind of flies away, doesn't it? So when we are done on Thursday, you have to keep going. I will remind you, you have access to Learn, Test, Pass for 4 months. And everything current is always in Learn, Test, Pass. And if you need Learn, Test, Pass for longer than 4 months, just call Lane. That's all you have to do. Email Lane and say, I haven't taken my state yet. Can I still have access to Julie's Learn, Test, Pass? And she's going to say, you betcha, and she's going to extend it. Is that fair? 4 months or longer if you request. Okay. Y'all ready to jump in starting on page 707? License law and commission rule. There you go. That's one way to do it. Hold yourself accountable. Yeah. Because that's only good for 6 months. So and to Stephanie's point, if you maybe you've ordered your background check, maybe you started your application. Guys, there's no reason you guys can't go to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website and click on apply for a license. There's no reason why every single one of you can't click on that button and start seeing the information that they need. You can start filling it in and save your work so you can come back. ncrec.gov. Apply for a license on the homepage. Okay. All right. Welcome to North Carolina. In North Carolina, we are all brokers. Some states are sales associates, some states use different levels, varying levels, but in North Carolina, we're all brokers. What we have in North Carolina is different classifications of brokers. We're going to talk more about the provisional broker, the full broker, and the broker in charge. Bottom line though, we're all brokers. So once you get a real estate license, you're a broker. You just have a different classification. Once you affiliate with your firm will have you join the local board of realtors. And when you join the local board of realtors, you will probably join the national Association of Realtors. Joining the National Association of Realtors is what makes you a realtor. So when you get your real estate license, do your head one way or the other. When you get your real estate license, are you automatic a realtor? You pass your state exam. Can you call yourself a realtor? No. You pass your state exam, you're a broker. How do you become a realtor? You join the National Association of Realtors once you affiliate with your firm. You cannot promote yourself as a realtor if you're not a realtor. You can't rock that capital R. Access to NAR also gets you into the state level, the North Carolina Association of Realtors. Why do we like NCAR? Because they provide the forms, the pre-printed forms that we're allowed to use. We looked at our agency agreements, our sales contract, some of the addenda and amendments that go with that. So let's talk about the different classifications of brokers. And let's start with talk about keeping yourself accountable. Soon to be you guys. You guys are on track to being provisional brokers. I call you guys brokers with training wheels. You're on a provisional status. How do you become a provisional broker? Well, you got to pass these tests. You got to pass my test, the end of class exam, and then you have to pass a state exam at PSI Testing Center. The day you pass your exam, congratulations, you passed your test. Here's a license that's on inactive status that you cannot do anything with. Good job. How do you activate your license as a provisional broker? You have to affiliate with a firm. So the day you pass your exam, you have broker's license, but it's inactive that you cannot do anything with. We will talk about active status, inactive. We'll probably get to that next week. If you do not affiliate with a firm, your license is inactive. Can you get paid on an inactive license? What do you think? Can you get paid on an inactive? No. Can you market or advertise yourself in any way on an inactive license? No. So if you're ready to start your career, if you're ready to start, then you have to affiliate with a firm. You remain a provisional broker until you complete post-licensing. Completion of the 3 30-hour post-licensing courses removes your provisional status. And then you're just a broker. We'll talk about that in just a second. Provisional brokers have 18 months to complete post-licensing. $18 months. Your 18-month clock starts the day you get your license. When you get your real estate license, which I hang mine proud, I hope you guys do too. I worked hard for this thing, so I ran out and got me a frame for it. But the day you get your license, there's going to be a date on it. That starts your 18-month clock. You have 18 months from this date to finish post-licensing. You can take post-licensing. There's no wrong way to do this. You can remain inactive until you complete post-licensing, or you can go ahead and activate, affiliate, and activate and start your business and then take post-licensing on an active. There's no wrong way to do that. Do not let that 18 months get away from you. If you don't do it within 18 months, you are inactive until it gets done, regardless if you're affiliated or not. We'll talk about the renewal. Absolutely, we'll talk about the renewal. So how do you drop your provisional status? You do the 90 additional hours. If you knock it out in your first 6 weeks, you drop your provisional status. If it takes you 17 and a half months, you drop your provisional status. Everybody with me so far? You knock your training wheels off once you do these 90 hours, complete these 90 hours. As a provisional broker that's affiliated with a BIC, provisional brokers cannot operate independently. So once you affiliate with a firm, once you affiliate with a BIC, you can do pretty much the same thing as a full broker can do. as long as you are supervised by a broker in charge. As a provisional broker, you should be under the direct wing of your broker in charge. Everything you do should be with guidance, with support. Guys, I've given you a lot of information in the last 2 months. Agree? And I'm not done feeding you information. We have covered a lot. I mean, again, remember me lifting this thing on day one saying we're going through it word for word. And here we are. They are not going to hand you a real estate license and let you run amok on the streets. They're going to have you be under the direct supervision of a broker in charge because you need more training. You need more education. This is just the beginning. I've just built your foundation. Okay, that's all we're doing here. So you
Miss
need direct-
Julie, oh, I'm sorry. You said we're supervised by the broker in charge, but for how long is that till we complete our 90 hours of our?
As a
post-license?
provisional broker, you're under the direct supervision. As a full broker, can you stay with that Beacon firm? Of course. A lot of us do choose to stay. But a provisional broker cannot operate independently. You have to be under the direct supervision. The provisional broker can only receive compensation from your supervising BIC, from your supervising firm. So let's say, for example, I'm a full broker and you affiliate with my firm as a provisional broker. And the broker in charge says, why don't you go talk to Julie? She's a seasoned agent. You can shadow her for a couple of weeks, go with her on a listing appointment, this kind of thing. And so I take advantage of the situation and I decide to use you as my little mule. And I'm going to have you make my copies and run out and get me coffee, right? I'm going to take full advantage of the situation. Can I pay you? Can I pay you directly for making me copies and getting me coffee? No, because you can only receive payment from your supervising broker in charge. So if you're a provisional broker working with or for another broker, that broker can't pay you. You cannot receive payment from them. Everybody with me? You can only receive payment from your supervising broker in charge as a provisional broker. There was a new rule, just came out a couple years ago. It used to be a PB can only be supervised by one BIC. But we're seeing an influx of teams. And team structure is not created equally. And some teams operate with a broker in charge. So as a provisional broker, if you affiliate with a team, you're going to have two broker in charges. You're going to have the team BIC, and then you're going to have the firm BIC. If the team is affiliated with a firm, you're going to have two BICs. So as of July of 2022, the provisional broker can be supervised by more than two BICs, as long as both BICs are under the same roof. So as of July of 2022, can you as a provisional broker be paid by your team BIC? Yes. Can you be paid by your firm BIC, your supervising BIC? Yes. But you're still being paid by a BIC. Questions on provisional broker. Here's your goals. Why do you want to pass my exam? Why do you want to pass PSI? So you can be a provisional broker. That's where it all starts. Questions so far? Question comes in, so you on payroll? I mean, maybe they hire you, but typically we're an independent contractor. And as an independent contractor, when do we get paid? When it closes. So can they hire you? Sure. Then you would be a W-2 employee. If you're a W-2 employee, you're treated like an employee. They tell you to punch a clock, 9 to 5, when you can take lunch. As an independent contractor, you take lunch whenever you want to. Tell me when I'm going to take lunch. I don't know. Now that I've gone independent contractor, I don't know. I don't know if I could ever go back to being an employee. I like it. I work for me. I like it. But guess what? As an independent contractor, if I decide to take today off, am I going to get paid for today? No. I only get paid when it closes. Other questions on being a provisional broker? So you complete your 90 hours, you drop your provisional status, and you're just a broker, also known as a full broker. So a broker or a full broker is one that is satisfied post-licensing. Full broker may or may not be supervised by a broker in charge. A full broker can operate independently. Now, before you guys start opening your own firms, hang on just a minute. We need to talk a little bit more about that, and we will. But as a full broker, you can choose to affiliate with a firm, or you could go out on your own. Again, I'll talk more about that in just a second. One option you have going out on your own is to become the broker in charge. Every office location has to have a broker in charge. Think about it this way. We need a BIC under every roof. So if you affiliate with a firm that has 6 office locations, how many BICs do you need? 6 office locations, you need 6 BICs, 1 under each roof. Let's see, go back to page 707. 707, second column, second paragraph does say 3 years. You have 3 years to drop, y'all edit that. It's no longer 3 years to drop provisional status. How long is it? 18 months. Thank you. So there's an edit on 707. I do have the current in Learn Test Pass, if you guys would like to look at that. Today's license law and rule comments is in Learn Test Pass, but yes, it is 18 months. The broker in charge, there's 2 different levels, we'll say, to the broker in charge. You can be BIC eligible, or you can be the designated broker in charge. The one that is BIC eligible can become the designated broker in charge. And you need a designated broker in charge under each roof. So how do you become BIC eligible? Well, to become BIC eligible, you have to have an active license. It's not on provisional status. Gee, doesn't that make sense? You have to have some experience to become BIC eligible. You either need 2 years of full-time or 4 years part-time experience within the last 5 years. I don't know how they determine full-time and part-time. I actually got my BIC eligible status a couple years ago because it was COVID. I had nothing else to do. And I was so excited because I thought, okay, I'm going to learn this. And they didn't ask me about my experience. They just asked me about my work history. They didn't want to see production or units or volume or anything like that. So they took me at my word, I guess. But you have to have experience. Let's understand that from that. And then there's a 12-hour BIC course. These 3 things make your BIC eligible. Once you're BIC eligible, you can become the designated broker in charge. A lot of agents become BIC eligible and never become designated BIC. Various reasons, maybe for tax purposes, maybe just for their own knowledge, that's kind of why I did it. I needed something to do for full time. I plan on never being the designated broker in charge. I don't want to be the boss. I want to be the follower. So there are a lot of people out there that are BIC eligible that never become designated BIC. The designated BIC is the one per office. A lot of firms like having a couple BIC eligibles hanging out though, because what if your designated BIC doesn't show up for work today? We want to keep the show going. So it's not a bad idea to have a few BIC eligibles laying around. It's a form you submit to the commission and we can make you BIC eligible or designated BIC today. So now that we know what we know about becoming BIC eligible, you get your license, you're on provisional status. Let's say you're a go-getter and you knock out post-licensing in 2 months. So you've had your license for 2 months. You're now a full broker and you decide you want to start your own firm. Within 2 months, can you become the broker in charge of your own firm? Not yet. You've got to have experience. Guys, I could stand here all day long. We could read this book. I could stand here all day long. But I'm telling you, when you really start learning this stuff is when you meet with buyers and sellers, when you go out there and start looking at property. They want you to have field experience. I'm telling you, your first buyer, things are going to start clicking all over the place. Does that make sense to you guys? So they want you to have experience. So if you want to go out on your own, you can do that, but you got to give it some time. You got to have some experience under your belt. Meet these 3 criteria, BIC eligible, and you can make yourself designated broker in charge of your own firm if that's the route you want to go. Anybody thinking about going that route one day? Starting your own firm? A couple of you? Some of you are like, absolutely not. Some of you are like, yes, 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 I want to be my own firm. You just need to, in 2 years from now or 4 years from now, you need to look and see what the current rule is, what the current law is. Because could this change between now and 2 years from now? Yeah. Because what's the only thing consistent in this industry? Change. And the Real Estate Commission does not call me and say, Julie, this is a proposed change. I only find out about it when it's happened. So if opening your own firm is the route you want to go. A question comes in, who designates the broker in charge? That would be the firm. So you have the owner, operator, management, for example. And you submit a form to the Real Estate Commission. So the form recognizes you as the designated broker in charge. Questions on provisional broker, or BIC? Y'all remember your goals. I know you may want to open your own firm one day, but you're not there yet. There's things you got to do to get there. Number 1 means you got to get a license. You got to be a PB before you can drop the P, right? Additional benefits to being a BIC, it could be, I mean, every firm's different, right? So how are you paid? How are you compensated? What are your duties? What are your responsibilities outside of the provisional broker? It could just vary from firm to firm. I know a lot of the firms I've worked with in the past, they may offer the BIC a flat amount and then provide bonuses on production. So if the BIC can help their agents be productive, then it helps them as well. Yep, that's right. One step at a time, right? Let's call these dreams. How about that? You have to have post licensing within 18 months. And your 18-month clock starts on whatever day is on your license. Okay. 18 months and 1 day, you're inactive until you get it done. And guys, the Real Estate Commission is not going to call you and say, you've been licensed for 17 and a half months now. When are you going to do your post licensing? That's on you to keep up with that. Everybody hear me? Don't let it get away from you. There is another broker status called a limited non-resident commercial broker. This is an agent that has an active license in another state. And this license category, this license allows this broker to come into North Carolina for the purpose in engaging in a limited number of commercial transactions. What's that limited number? I don't know. But they have permission, they have a separate license. A limited non-resident commercial broker has to be under the supervision of a North Carolina broker. It could be a full broker, it could be a broker in charge, it could even be a provisional broker. But they have to have their license attached to a North Carolina broker. Whether or not you're allowed to do that or not will be up to your firm's policy. I think we could all agree there's some liability there, letting somebody come in from Michigan and work under your license. There better be some money involved for me if we're going to do that. I'm just saying. So limited non-resident commercial broker. Just a separate license, permission to come in the state, do a limited number of commercial transactions. Questions? Broker, license, status, categories, broker state. All right, over on page 708, let's see. On provisional status or not. So every state's different. Not all states have provisional status, but it's as long as they have an active status in another state. Yep, and they can affiliate with a firm. They have to attach to a firm or a broker, I should say. Be under the supervision. So on page 708, have we seen this before? We talk about the activities requiring a license. The transfer of real property for others for compensation. All three of these activities are required to have a license in this state. And when you're trying to remember the transfer of real property, what activities revolve around that, you can remember LL&CR. If you are working with somebody else for compensation, helping them list, lease, buy, exchange, auction, negotiate, or sell, you've got to have a real estate license in this state, an active real estate license in this state. It's not uncommon for your firms to have unlicensed employees. You may at some point in your career decide that you need help, and you may choose to hire as an individual broker. Oh, wouldn't that be a good problem to have? As an individual broker, if you need help, you may choose at some point to hire an unlicensed employee. Unlicensed employees in real estate need to understand that there's things that they can and cannot do. We'll look at those things in just a second. But right now, one of the biggest difference between a broker and an unlicensed employee is how we're paid. The unlicensed employee cannot be paid commission. They cannot be paid a referral fee. They cannot be paid as a broker. So the unlicensed employee has to be salary or hourly, not a transaction basis. In other words, if you hire somebody to work for you 10 hours a week, you pay that person for 10 hours, regardless of whether or not you had a closing this week or not. They are salary or hourly. I would like you guys to look with me in your book on page 709. 709. The first column there lists things that salaried employees may do, things that they can do. Again, when you get to this point, you're ready to hire an employee, make sure the rule hasn't changed, make sure it's still what it is. So what can your employee do? Well, they can answer the phone, they can answer your emails, respond to your emails, they can submit listings, they can put listings in the MLS as long as the information they're inputting was provided by their employing broker. They are data entry only. So you send them an email or hand them a piece of paper and say, this is what you need to get this listing in for me, right? The broker gets the information, the unlicensed employees, data entry only. They can get copies of public records. They can put signs in the yard, lock boxes on the property. They can order and supervise maintenance repairs. They can play courier. They can deliver stuff from here to there. They can provide basic information about the property to the consumer. General rule of thumb, if you can find the information on Zillow or Realtor.com or whatever your favorite website is, That's the information that your unlicensed employee can provide to the consumer. If you can't find it online, then you need to get them to your broker. They can schedule appointments. They can communicate with the owners, inspectors. The unlicensed employee can show properties for rent. Everybody, please note that. They can show properties for rent. They cannot show properties for sale. Does everybody see that? I'm on page 709, number 10. Highlight that. They can show properties for rent, but they cannot show properties for sale. Those are the activities, the LL Beans. There's your LL Beans there. You see that? Yeah. The unlicensed employees can put information in our pre-printed forms. They can fill in the blanks as long as the information was provided to them by their employing broker. They're not out negotiating. They're not out trying to fill out what that information is. Again, the employing broker hands them a piece of paper and says, put this in. It's data entry only. They can manage and maintain the trust account. The unlicensed employee can maintain the trust account. We'll talk about that, if not today, then Tuesday. They can assist in assembling documents for closing, and they can calculate commission checks. This is the list of what the unlicensed employee can do. I highly recommend you guys look at this list again between now and next Thursday. Nod, nod, wink, wink. There you go. I'm on page 709, first column. Not everybody needs a license. There are some exceptions. As we've been talking about, the for sale by owner or the for rent by owner does not need a license. Why? Because they're not doing it for others. Who are they doing it for? Themselves. So the for sale by owner or the for rent by owner does not need a license. The attorney, in fact, if you have full power of attorney over somebody, maybe over your parents, for example, you're doing it on their behalf. Your attorney, in fact, power of attorney, license is not required. The attorney at law, anybody that's a current member of the North Carolina Bar Association does not need a real estate license to conduct real estate closings. So the closing attorney that we hire is going to have a law license. They're going to be a member of the North Carolina Bar Association, but they're not going to, may not have a real estate license. What if that attorney at law wants to start helping people buy and sell homes? Now they need to get a license because now they're doing something other than law closings. Any person acting under a court order. So for example, a guardian, an executor of a will does not need a real estate license. A trustee, if you have a trustee, the third party that manages the deed of trust, the mortgage. And any employee of the housing authority that is handling properties owned by the housing authority does not need a real estate license. So there are some exceptions. Questions? Why don't you guys remind me in a private chat? We're going to switch gears just a bit. And we're going to talk more about North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Why don't you guys remind me, what's the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's main purpose? Why are they here? What do they do? The main purpose, the real estate commission's main purpose is to protect the public when they're dealing with who? When they're dealing with us. Make sure we stay in our lane, make sure we're protecting the consumer, make sure we're protecting the best benefit of the public. They issue our license, they regulate our license. We're going to talk more about what the commission does in a second, but why do they do all of that? To protect the public. Everybody understand, before the real estate commission will hand you a license, you have to prove to them that you're worthy. How do you prove you're worthy? You pass my exam and you pass the state exam. When you pass those exams, you show, and you pass the background check, criminal, all that. By passing the exams, you're proving to the real estate commission that you have the minimum competency to work with their public. Again, you guys, they're not going to hand you a license and let you run amok on the street. Do you know how much damage you could do to a buyer? If you give a buyer false information and they're trying to buy a $350,000 house, think this through. That's huge, right? So why do they have regulations? Because there's such big price tags. And guys, when you buy a house, there are no returns. There are no takebacks. Once that deed's on record, it's a done deal. So they need to make sure that we know what the heck we're doing before they allow us to work with their public. Fair enough. So who is the commission? Well, they're composed of 9 members. We have 9 commissioners. Each member serves a 3-year term. Commissioners are appointed by the House, the Senate, Congress. I don't know how you get appointed. Got to get in front of Congress somehow and say, I want to be a commissioner. Of our 9 members, at least 3 of them have to have a real estate license. At least 3 of the 9 have to have a real estate license. At least 2 are not involved in real estate. I always find that interesting. At least 2 of your commissioners are actual representatives of the public. So what better way to protect the public? Have members of the public there. They may not even have been through pre-licensing. You may know more about this stuff than some of them do. Now, I'm telling you, they're familiar with license law and commission rule. They've read Appendix A, rest assured, probably numerous of times. But they're a true representative of the public that they're protecting. So what's their purpose and power? Well, they issue us our license. Once you have your license, they can discipline your license. Talk about that more in just a second. Do your head one way or the other. Can the North Carolina Real Estate Commission fine you? Well, I guess that's not a fair question. Assuming you're not a timeshare developer, can the North Carolina Real Estate Commission fine you? No, the only ones they can fine are the timeshare developers. The commission is not going to fine you. What are they going to do if you mess up? They're going to discipline your license. They regulate and handle your license. The party that you injured can hire an attorney and sue you. That's where you could get fined. But that fine doesn't come from the real estate commission. The real estate commission giveth you your license. The real estate commission can taketh it away. Okay, they're a licensed regulatory body. They also provide education. Your pre-licensing class that we're in right now is from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Your post-licensing classes are from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. And your continuing education classes, we will talk about CE. Those are from the Real Estate Commission. The Real Estate Commission doesn't just educate brokers, they also help educate the public. The commission's website has a plethora of information to help educate the public, help the public know their rights. And again, they can discipline your license. So if you're not licensed, can the Real Estate Commission discipline you? No. If you don't have a license, they have nothing to discipline, right? We'll talk about disciplinary. They also have the power to make reasonable bylaws, rules, and regulations. Commission rule is rule from the Real Estate Commission. License law is general statute. That's state law. License law is state law. Commission rule is the commission's rules, bylaws. And the Real Estate Commission is not going to get involved with matters of money. If you're not happy with the commission split you're getting from your firm, don't call the Real Estate Commission. They can't do anything for you. Find another firm. You're an independent contractor. They're not going to fine you. Price fixing says that they cannot make rules on commission, salaries, fees, etc. It's all negotiable. So when it comes to disciplinary action, they may take action from their own if they have reason to suspect you of not acting according to license law and commission rule. The consumer, the injured consumer, can also file a complaint on the commission's website that could launch an investigation. Just because the consumer files a complaint doesn't mean you're going to lose your license. Consumer files a complaint, it launches the investigation. You will receive, if you have a complaint, if you receive a complaint, you will receive what's called a letter of inquiry from the Real Estate Commission. We sometimes refer to it as the dreaded brown envelope, because you know what that letter comes in? A brown envelope. So the letter of inquiry, if a complaint is filed on you and you receive a letter of inquiry, it's your opportunity to respond to the complaint. Just because they file a complaint doesn't mean you're going to get, you have the opportunity. And if they need more information, they'll request it. And if it goes any further, if they really need information, they may require a hearing. Used to have to go to Raleigh. Commission meetings are still being met via Zoom. If you ever have to go to a hearing in front of the commissioners, you are welcomed and encouraged to bring your own representation to protect your interest. I hope none of you ever get to this point. How do you not get to this point? That's why we're here. Like I said from day one, you guys, and I mean this, I honestly feel like my job is twofold. Give you the information you need to pass your tests and keep you out of trouble with the Real Estate Commission once you do get your license. If they do discipline your license, there's a couple actions they can take. They can censor your license, reprimand your license. Basically, for our purposes, a censure or reprimand or just a slap on the wrist, don't do that again, we're watching you kind of thing. They may suspend your license, a temporary withdrawal. Maybe it's a couple months, maybe it's a couple years. Bottom line, it depends on how badly did you harm their public. They could revoke your license. They could just take it back. Again, it comes down to how badly did you harm their public. All disciplinary cases are handled on a case-by-case scenario. So they study each one independently. You do also have the option of surrendering your license. Somebody wants to know an example. I mean, you really have to harm the public if they're revoking your license. When you start mismanaging the public's money, for example, discriminatory action, I could see that turning into a revoke. Again, I'm not the commission, so I can't tell you, and it's all a case by case basis. Once you guys get licensed, when you're dealing with your own personal property, you're now held to a higher standard. So once you get licensed, when you're buying or selling for yourself, you also have to follow license law and commission rule. Let's say I'm selling my house and the person buying my house is not a broker. Do I not have a huge advantage here? I mean, do I not have a huge advantage? Because one, I'm the seller, but two, I'm a licensed agent. So as an agent, when we're dealing with our own personal transactions, we're going to be held to a higher standard. We have to follow license law and commission rule. They could put an injunction on you. An injunction is a stop, a legal stop. So if they put an injunction on you, you can't continue working. If anybody unlicensed starts acting like a licensee, they can flag them as well. They can prevent you from getting a license. Y'all want to hear a funny story going into break? Many years ago in my admin role, we were at work one day, and when I left the administrative role, I was the assistant to the CEO and the COO. My office was in between the two of them, so I was like a shout out away, you know, Jules, we need some, you know. So the CEO of my company was in her office, and she was working hard one day looking at Facebook, and she said, Julie, come in here, I want to show you something. And I went in her office, and there was a person on Facebook advertising their brokerage services with our firm. And she said, who is that person? And I said, I have no idea. At that time, I was inputting new agents into the system. So I knew the names. I may not have met you yet, but I knew the names. Had no idea. So anyway, we researched, come to find out this guy was not licensed. He signed up for pre-licensing, but he never finished. So he didn't even make it this far. And he was on Facebook saying, let me help you buy or sell a house. I'm affiliated with this firm. You know who she called right then and there? The North Carolina Real Estate Commission. This guy is now flagged. If he ever does get a license, I doubt he'll be able to. So even though he's unlicensed and never was licensed to our knowledge, they could put a stop to him. Isn't that something? I don't know what he thought he was going to do if anybody called him. People are something, y'all. Somebody said during the housing market crash, brokers were faced with violations. Yeah. There was a lot going on. Each market brings its own unique challenges. We're dealing with a lot of violations in this market as well. Buyers are claiming that we didn't know, that they didn't know that, like, the due diligence is non-refundable. Guys, that comes back on us as the broker. We need to make sure if our buyer's putting down $50,000 in due diligence, that they understand that if they terminate, they're not getting that money back. That's our job. Everybody with me? Everybody good on that? Do you think your buyers and sellers are reading the sales contract? No, they're not reading that. That's why they hire us. Any violation in the real estate commission could also be persecuted in a court of law. Again, any injured party is welcome to hire an attorney. Could be civil, criminal. Questions on the commission? Our commissioners. They're people too, by the way. I've met them, some of them back in the day when we were allowed to shake hands. I've shaken some of their hands. They're real, they're good, they're people. But they have a duty to protect the public from me and you. Okay, let's take 10. We come back, we're going to keep trucking on. All right. We're back. How are we doing? So far, so good? Good. This next section may be a relief for some of you. So let me take attendance first. And we're picking back up page 710. And you may see something familiar on 710. Do you guys see something about material facts? So this next little section, I think, kind of serves as a nice review. So let's start with talking about things that are considered material facts. What are material facts? Material facts are facts about the property itself. The roof leaks, there's damage to the structure, there's termite damage, the basement floods. Facts about the property itself. Material facts are facts relating directly to the property. A proposed zoning amendment, redrawing the school board lines, a road widening project. Material facts are also facts relating directly to the ability of the agent of the principal, the principal to complete the transaction. If you find out when you're under contract that your buyer is not going to get loan approval, is that a material fact? Yeah, because they can't complete it without the loan, right? What if you find out when you're under contract, and this has happened, that your seller goes into foreclosure when we're under contract? Is that a material fact? Bankruptcy, foreclosure, is that a material fact? Yes, because if the bank takes the property, it's no longer the seller's to sell. Is that going to affect the validity of the contract? Absolutely. So if your party cannot complete the transaction, it tends to pretty much revolve around financing. But if your party, if your principal cannot complete the transaction, that's a material fact. The other material fact that we mentioned is not listed here, but it's still an important material fact, is a fact that's of specific importance to your principal. That becomes a material fact to you. Guys, remember, pretty simple philosophy. If it's important to my buyer, then it's important to me. If it's important to my seller, then it's important to me. Do I have to run around and say, my buyer won't buy a house if it doesn't have this or that? No, that's a material fact for me. I now have a duty to make sure I get my buyer, seller, what their end goal is. We also talked about things that are not considered material facts in North Carolina. Stigmatized properties are not material facts. Remember, we have one exception to that rule. If you're ever asked if anybody occupies the home that had AIDS or HIV, our answer is always federal fair housing prohibits me from answering that. Remember, those with AIDS or HIV are protected under handicap disability. Question comes in, can we even go under contract? And I asked the buyer to provide a loan first. Well, usually what the buyer has is a pre-approval or pre-qualification. That's not required. That's just something that makes the seller feel good, right? But even if you have a pre-approval or pre-qualification, is that a guarantee that we're going to get loan? No, no. So they're not guarantees. All they say is that they've talked to a lender, basically. So, and they're not required. Again, most sellers want to see you. So, yeah, good question. The other thing that's not considered a material fact is the presence of nearby convicted sex offenders. Guys, remember, when it comes to criminal properties, criminal sites, when it comes to convicted sex offenders, I'm a huge fan of being the source of the source. So in other words, point your people in the right direction, have them do their research, send them to the sex offender registry website, have them call, if they're concerned about crime in the area, have them call the police department, have them go to various websites. I think crimespot.com is one of them. Go to Google. You can find some amazing things on Google, but there's various websites that tell you what kind of crime came on. '51 and '52. What's 51 and 52? What slides 51 and 52? Oh, I got your, okay, I got you. The review, got you. Okay, so we need to understand, we discussed this again in Unit 7. And we're talking about it here again too. So it's important that we understand things that are considered material facts in North Carolina, things that are not considered material facts in North Carolina. So what happens if you mishandle a material fact? What are the prohibited acts of material facts? And when it comes to material facts, we'll remember the big 4. You can either lie about it or omit it. Remember, a misrepresentation, you open your mouth and a lie falls out. Maybe you verbally communicate it. Maybe you put it in a text or an email or you're advertising. If you omit it, you've omitted it, you've kept your mouth shut. So you either prohibited acts of material facts, you either put the wrong information out there or you kept your mouth shut and didn't disclose the information. Please remember this about material facts. We always have a duty to disclose material facts. I don't care who you are. Are you a listing agent, a buyer's agent, a seller sub-agent, dual agent, designated dual agent? We always have a duty to disclose material facts, whether you're talking to a client or a customer. And mishandling material facts is a violation of license law and commission law. So it's either a misrepresentation or an omission. And you either do it willfully, intentionally, or you do it accidentally, negligently. Even if you do it on accident, did it still happen or not happen? It's still right. You still, even though you accidentally got the wrong information out there, you still got the wrong information out there. I think willful acts are going to be handled a lot harsher than negligent. Again, we're all human. We all make mistakes. When you find, did you hear me? When you find you make a mistake, get it corrected, get it fixed. If it's in your advertising, get it corrected. If you have an interested buyer, call them and say, my goodness, I'm so sorry. Make it right. You will make mistakes. I promise you. You're human. But when you realize you made a mistake, get it right. The big 4 are talked about from page 711 over to 713. And what I like about 711 to 713 are the examples. I think looking at the examples of the big 4 help you better wrap your brains around this material. Questions on the big 4, prohibited acts and material facts. You either lie about it or you don't put it out there. Starting on page 713, we're going to look at a whole laundry list of things that we can't do. They really do take the fun out of it. There's all sorts of things that we can't do. So starting on page, let's see, negligent omission, you accidentally left out a material fact. You accidentally kept your mouth shut. You omitted, but you didn't do it on purpose. Maybe you didn't know. Remember, anything negligent, the Real Estate Commission is going to apply the reasonable standards test. The reasonable standards test is going to answer, would a prudent broker in this situation have been able to find out? So even though you didn't know, the commission's going to ask, could they have found out? Could you go to NCDOT and see if there's a highway road widening project? Could you have found that out? Yeah. Yeah. So we have a duty. This is what we mean by the discover and disclose. If we can find out, and that's what they're going to ask themselves in negligent. Yep. So starting on 713, again, a whole laundry list of things that we can't do. The first thing we can't do is make false promises. Don't make promises you don't intend to keep. Specifically, we cannot make promises trying to influence somebody to make a decision. If you promise somebody you're going to do something, do it. This does apply in our advertising, your marketing. Careful what you say. Again, all of these that we're talking about, 713, there's examples over 714. I like the examples in these. We have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest. Probably the biggest conflict of interest on page 714 is undisclosed dual agency. Undisclosed dual agency means I just start acting like a dual agent without permission from both parties. You cannot just start acting like a dual agent. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. And if you're not intentionally creating dual agency with informed written consent, you're practicing undisclosed dual agency. Another conflict of interest is self-dealing. Whose best interest in this transaction do I have? Is it Julie's? Is it about what's in it for Julie? No, it's my principal. I put my principal's needs above all others, including my own. I love the example. We'll go through this in your book about self-dealing. You're getting ready for a listing appointment and you're a good agent kind of. So you're doing all your research, you're learning about the property. And when you're learning about the property to prepare for your listing appointment, you discover that there's a proposed zoning amendment on the table. And if that zoning amendment passes, the values in that area are going to go sky high. You show up to the listing appointment and the seller doesn't mention that zoning amendment. And you start to think that maybe the seller doesn't know about that proposed zoning amendment. So you look at the seller and you say, I'll tell you what, this is a great property. How about I go ahead and buy it for you? And that way you don't have to worry about going on the market and having buyers tramp through your house. I'll just buy it. You buy the house, it closes, the zoning amendment passes, values go up, and you turn around and sell the home for a profit. Is that self-dealing? Everybody please shake your head yes. What if, I hear you, what if you're at the listing appointment, you tell the seller about the proposed zoning amendment because it's a material fact, so we're supposed to disclose it. You tell the seller says, wow, Julie, I appreciate you sharing this with me, but I got to sell now. I cannot wait. Now, can you offer to buy their house? Yeah, I've disclosed it. Everybody with me? Once we disclose, but by not disclosing, I was self-dealing. Does that make sense to you guys? We always have to have our principal's best interest, and that does include above our own. The other conflict of interest is representing another broker without consent. Once you're a full broker, you may be dual affiliated, which means you can have your license held in two different firms. And that's okay, as long as you have permission from both brokers. I think I've shared with you guys before that my retirement plan involves, the beach, toes in the sand, drink with a little umbrella in it. That's where I'm heading. And it might be that when I retire, I want to hang my license down at the beach, but I also want to keep my license here in Winston-Salem. Is it okay for me to do that? Yes, as long as I have consent of both brokers. You have to have permission by both to be dual affiliated. Another prohibited act, improper brokerage commission. We've already talked about how your unlicensed employee cannot be paid a commission or referral fee. They cannot be paid a per transaction basis. Your unlicensed employee's hourly or salary. Another example of improper brokerage commission is you guys receiving commission, receiving payment from anything other than your supervising broker in charge. The only person that can pay you is, let me rephrase that. The only person that you can accept commission from is your supervising BIC or BICs if you're part of a team. We are not allowed to act unworthy or incompetent. I told you guys, they don't let us have any fun. We need to, for example, know how to properly fill in the blanks of the pre-printed forms. Just because you have access to an offer to purchase and contract or a pre-printed agency agreement, that doesn't give you a free ticket to fill that in any way that you want. There's a proper way to fill in those forms. Acting worthy and competent means following license law and commission rules. Acting worthy and competent is reviewing our client's closing disclosure, for examples.
Hey, Julie, I have a question. If an agent or broker, could they have an assistant, an unlicensed assistant, and then the broker pay them if they were under a firm, or would the firm have to hire that unlicensed assistant directly to kind of ensure protocol was followed and so
Yeah.
forth?
And this, well, it might be up to firm policy. Let me say that. It might be up to firm
Okay.
policy. If you, the individual broker, want to hire an unlicensed employee, your firm policy may dictate how that's handled.
But it's feasible then that maybe you can have an assistant that you yourself pay directly,
As long as
the
the firm allows it.
unlicensed, if they
As long as
allow
the-
it.
As long as the firm allows it. Yep.
I was just curious. Thank you.
We cannot act improper, fraudulently, or dishonest. Man, what can we do, right? They take all the good out of it. Any act, all this is going to be handled on a case-by-case basis. And I think a big chunk of that, you all remember the R in old car? What's the R in old car? Reasonable skill, care, and diligence. I have a duty to act reasonably. Failure to do that could be considered improper dealing, dishonest dealing. We have to avoid any discriminatory practices. I refer you back to Unit 19, protected classes. Any violation of fair housing, federal or state, will be considered a violation of license law and commission rule by the Real Estate Commission. We cannot practice law. If you guys haven't incorporated in your morning affirmations, looking at yourself in the mirror and telling yourself, reminding yourself that I am not an attorney, if you haven't done that yet, please start, because guess what? You are not. You are not an attorney. I think I asked you guys that on day one and nobody fessed up to me. So none of us. We cannot perform legal services. We are just brokers. I cannot draft legally binding documents. I can't put verbiage in a contract or an addenda or an amendment. I can't alter the pre-printed forms that I've been allowed to use. I cannot offer my title opinion. I cannot offer title advice. I can't provide legal advice of any kind. Let's say, for example, you're working with an unmarried couple. Unmarried couple. We know they can't be tenants by the entirety, right? How do they take title? We know it can't be tenants by the entirety. Are you going to whip out your pre-licensing book and proceed to explain to them the difference of joint tenancy and tenancy by the tenancy in common and suggest how they take title? Are you going to do that? Every single one of you shake your head no, because that's offering legal advice. So when your unmarried buyers are getting close to purchasing, you need to have them talk to the attorney so the attorney can explain and suggest how they take title. It's another one of those points. I swear a lot of this class, it kind of makes me nervous sometimes because I'm teaching you guys just enough to be dangerous. I'm giving you just enough information you need to think that you know what you're doing and what you're talking about, but you cannot ever, ever, ever act like an attorney. I'll let you go back in unit 2 and review that. I don't want to get off topic. So that was just an example. But joint tenancy, tenancy in common, tenancy by the entirety. So we do not practice law. The only thing we're allowed to do with, for example, our sales contract is fill in the blank. And remember, when you see a blank, they're asking for a very specific thing. Just because you see a blank doesn't mean we can put any old thing in there. We have to act worthy and competent while we're filling in those blanks. I am not an attorney. This is so important. You got agents, guys, buyers and sellers are going to ask you legal questions all the time. Why? Because I'm a heck of a lot cheaper than an attorney. Let's face it. This is where we need to know when to advise them to talk to an attorney. You've got to stay in your lane. Any violation of commission rule, this is the catch-all provision. What they didn't cover before, they got you now. Again, these are all handled on a case-by-case scenario. But any violation of license law or commission rule, I'm sorry, I misread that. Back to joint tenancy, tenancy in common. Can I explain the difference in the two? I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. Can I? I'm going to say no, because then it's going to be followed by, okay, so which one should I do? So let the attorney handle that. The attorney can, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood your question. The attorney can address that. So can I? I mean, I guess technically I can, but I also know the next question out of their mouth is going to be, so what should I do? Don't put yourself in that position, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Thank you for your patience with me. And then the last thing is this category of other. You could have license violation for obtaining your license fraudulently. Y'all don't lie on your license application. this happens. Come on. If they find out after the fact that you lied on your license application, then you're going to lose your license. How do they find out? Doesn't matter. If they find out you lied on your license application, there was an agent a couple years ago, I think it was pre-COVID, he lost his license. They found out that he lied on his application. How did they find out, you asked? His ex-girlfriend ratted him out. Doesn't matter how they find out. If they find out that you lied, you could lose your license. Once you get licensed, remember, y'all got to do background check to get your license. But once you're licensed, you're not off the hook. If you get convicted of a misdemeanor or a felony, once you're licensed, you may face disciplinary action. It's going to depend how badly did you harm the public. We'll talk more about that law. If we don't get to it today, we'll see it on Tuesday. Any wrongdoings of your unlicensed employee. Again, I ask you, can the Real Estate Commission reprimand an unlicensed person? No. So if you bring on an unlicensed employee, you are responsible for their actions. And if they do something that they shouldn't do, that's coming back on you because you are their employing broker. Your background check, is that what you asked me about? Yeah, your background check, once you have to do a background check to get your license. And then if you get yourself in trouble, once you're licensed, you have to report it. So if you get a misdemeanor or felony, once you're licensed, we're going to talk more about that. Probably won't get to today, probably on Tuesday. Disciplinary action from another professional license. This is not your driver's license. Disciplinary action from another professional license. Who holds another professional license? CMA, CPA, another professional license. If you get yourself in trouble with the other professional license, you have to report it to the Real Estate Commission. We will talk about that next week. Are you going to get in trouble with the commission? It depends. Again, bottom line, it comes down to how badly did you harm the public? If you're a CMA and you intentionally harm your patients, is that going to throw a flag up for the Real Estate Commission? I sure as heck would think so. I would hope so. So if you get yourself in trouble after you're licensed, you've got to report it. That's what we'll talk about later. Are you going to get in trouble? I can't answer that. Any questions about our prohibited acts? Other than why can't we do this stuff? I hope nobody looked at this list and went, oh man, I can't lie. I can't act fraudulently. Oh, I hope this is all just good gut feeling stuff. Yes. Please don't admit it to me if not. I hope a lot of this stuff makes sense. Okay. Second column of page 716, we start talking about general brokerage provisions. Very important, covered under general brokerage provisions is our agency agreement disclosure. We talked about agency agreements in units 7 and 8. We talked about agency disclosure or working with real estate agent disclosure. It's also covered under license law and commission rule. All of our written agency agreements must be signed by all parties. Remember, sellers and lessors, I cannot perform a single service for an owner without first having a signed agency agreement. I can't put a sign in the yard. I can't advertise your property. I can't promote it. I can't come in and measure if we don't have a signed agency agreement from the very beginning. Buyers and tenants, we are allowed to work with under an oral agreement at first, but they do eventually have to be put in writing. We'll see a little refresher on oral buyer agency in just a second. In addition to being signed in writing and signed by all parties, our written agency agreements have to have a definite end date. You cannot have an open-ended agency agreement. What's that date? Completely negotiable. Maybe your firm has a policy. All of our written agency agreements have the non-discrimination clause. We will not discriminate against the protected classes. And every single thing that you do will include your license number. When you guys get your license, you'll have a 6-digit number. Go ahead and memorize it because you need it everywhere you go. All of your written agency agreements have the broker's license number, your disclosures, everything you sign will have your license number. Put it on a flashcard if you have to, but somehow you need to memorize that 6-digit number. I often joke that the Real Estate Commission has no clue who Julie Yates Campbell is, but they do know who 264172 is. So our license numbers are who we are to the commission. So with our agency agreements, remember we just said that we can work with a buyer or tenant at first under an oral buyer agency agreement. Remember we talked about that oral buyer agency agreement is an agency agreement. It's just oral, it's express. The terms have been stated, but it's oral, it's not in writing yet. I have to put that oral relationship in writing no later than the time that I'm ready to present an offer on the buyer's behalf. I cannot present an offer as a buyer's agent with an oral buyer agency agreement. So when I'm ready to present their offer, I put it in writing. What if I'm trying to get that oral buyer agency in writing and the buyer refuses to sign? I can't just say, all right, I'll go ahead and present it for you. If I don't have a written and signed agency agreement, I cannot present an offer on my buyer client's behalf. We have choices. We have options. One option may be to get them to enter in a written agency agreement with me just for that one address. Maybe they're hesitant buyers. We can enter into a written buyer's agency agreement just for 123 Main Street. If they buy 123 Main Street, I will be their buyer's agent. If they don't, hopefully I can still build their trust and keep working with them while they find the next property, the property after that. The other option we have if they refuse to sign is to downgrade them to a customer. If I downgrade them to a customer, I'm no longer a buyer's agent. I'm a seller sub-agent. This practice is not encouraged. Can you think about downgrading? What if you were about to board the plane and they said, we know you bought a first-class ticket, but we need to put you in coach? Are you happy? Probably not. If they're downgraded, we need to do it with full disclosure. We need to have their permission. This is the last ditch effort. I can present an offer as a seller sub-agent because I'm presenting it on the best half of who? The seller. I no longer have a buyer client. I have a buyer customer. Guys, here's the deal. If the buyer says, I don't want to be your client and I don't want to be your customer, we have no other legal alternative. If they refuse to enter into a written buyer agency agreement, if they refuse to downgrade to seller sub-agency, if they refuse to downgrade to a customer, I'm out. I have no other method of working with them. Again, with buyers, hopefully part of what you're doing with buyers is not only running out and showing them pretty houses. I mean, let's face it, everybody thinks that's what real estate agents do. We just go around all day looking at pretty houses. Is that what you guys thought about 2 months ago? I want to go out and look at pretty houses too. And now into this book, you're like, damn, maybe it's more than that. And it is, right? So while we're out looking at pretty houses, hopefully we're also building trust. Hopefully we're also forming that relationship with the buyer. So when it does come to put our agency agreement in writing, they're okay with that. Hopefully we have built their trust, built that relationship. Does that make sense to you guys? We got to win them over in some cases. If they say no to client, no to customer, we're out. We have no other legal alternative. General brokerage provisions also cover our agency disclosure. This is our working with real estate agents. Working with real estate agent applies to all sales contracts. Does that say lease? Does that say property management? Does that say all contracts, all transactions? It only applies to sales. For sale, seller, buyer. And we have to disclose, we have to do our agency disclosure. There's never a point that it's too early. There's a point that it's too late. When is it too late? Once we've hit that first substantial contact. If you know you're going to start asking a buyer, for example, a bunch of questions about where do you want to live? What do you want to buy? What's your price point? You know you're going to hit first substantial contact just by asking questions. Go ahead and do your working with real estate agent before first substantial contact happens. Same thing with your listing appointments. You show up at the seller's house for your listing appointment. You know the seller's going to talk. You know the seller's going to walk around the house and tell you stuff. Go ahead and do your working with real estate agent before first substantial contact happens. Remember, your working with real estate agent lets the consumer know where you stand in this transaction. Who do you represent? Who's your best interest, your loyalty? But more importantly, it lets the consumer know that you do not owe them confidentiality until they decide to hire you. So if they never hire you, do you owe them confidentiality? No. Don't you think they have a right to know that? We've talked about competitive listing appointments. You're meeting with the seller and you know the seller's talking to 3 other agents. Maybe they hire you, maybe they have the nerve to hire one of the other agents. But they need to understand that until they decide to hire, until they decide who they want to hire, nobody owes them confidentiality. Confidentiality is the C in OCAR. OCAR is only what we owe our clients. Working with real estate agents also gives us the opportunity to discuss dual agency, so we can have that conversation with both buyers and sellers. Um, 717, I just like to point this out. There's a couple things on 717 and 718. If you are a seller's agent or a seller sub-agent communicating with prospective buyers, we disclose our status using the working with real estate agent at first substantial contact. So if you're doing an open house, you're either the listing agent or you're a sub-agent, you're an agent of the firm, you're doing the open house, prospective buyer comes into the open house. Do I have to bombard them with information because they walk in the door? No, y'all don't scare them off, but do I need to be on alert for first substantial contact? People come in and out of my open house all the time and we don't get past first names, right? I've not hit first substantial contact just because I know your first name. I need to be on alert for it though, because could a buyer come through your open house and say, hi, my name is Bob. I have to buy something fast. I'm relocating. Here's my price point. Boom, there's first substantial contact. So as a seller's agent or a sub-agent, an agent within the firm, we disclose our status to prospective buyers using the working with real estate agent brochure. FSC means first substantial contact. If you're a buyer's agent, over on page 718, if you're a buyer's agent and you're communicating to sellers or sellers agents on behalf of your buyer, we don't necessarily have to do the working with real estate agent. I've already done it with my buyers, right? But if I'm working on behalf of my buyer and I'm communicating to sellers or sellers agents, I have to disclose the fact that this is my buyer client at initial contact. Initial contact is about the time you're learning my name. We're not doing the working with real estate agent disclosure, but I am volunteering that information. So let's say, for example, house goes into MLS, your buyer wants to see it this afternoon. You say, great. Your buyer client wants to see it this afternoon. You go into the program that allows you to schedule showings and you submit a request for your showing at whatever time today. It asks you, who are you? Are you a buyer's agent? Are you a seller sub-agent? Or are you a dual agent? You have to check the appropriate box. When the request goes out, it goes to the seller and their agent, and it says, Julie Campbell, comma, buyer's agent, comma, wants to see your home today at 3 o'clock. The program, the software allows me to disclose when at initial contact. After learning my name, you know my role. What if my buyer client says, I want to see a house today this afternoon that's in MLS? I say, great. And they say, but we have a question first. And I say, great. And I call the listing agent and I say, my name is Julie Campbell, and I have a buyer client that has a couple questions about your listing. When did I disclose my status? As soon as they heard my name. You guys with me? First substantial contact versus initial contact. When you're a buyer's agent, we're not, again, you guys, we're not doing the working with real estate agent disclosure, but I am disclosing my status of being a buyer's agent. It can be verbal disclosure at first. I just called you and said, Julie Campbell, comma, buyer's agent. When you're presenting the offer, there's a place in our offer to purchase and contract, again, for me to check the box, to check my role, my buyer's agent, a sub-agent, or a dual agent. So in that sense, we're putting it in writing if and when we present the offer. I think the biggest confusion, and this is where I want to pause for 1 second, the difference in first substantial contact and initial contact. First substantial contact is when we're switching gears. We talk about the property all day long, but once you start learning confidential or sensitive information about the people, that's first substantial contact. Initial contact is, hi, my name is Julie. You don't know anything else about me at this point other than the fact that my name is Julie. Again, I encourage you to really look at page 717 and 718 and those differences. What questions do I have? Another thing covered under general brokerage practices is consent to dual agency. Remember, dual agency is intentionally created. How? With informed written consent. Can you just start acting like a dual agent without having the conversation? Absolutely not. That's called undisclosed dual agency. Welcome. Breathe. Dual agency is intentionally created with informed written consent. And as with buyer's agency, Consent to dual agency for the buyer may be oral at first. Please, please, please spend time in units 7 and 8, 9 and 10 this weekend. You guys remember me mentioning something about those being heavily tested units? And now here we are talking about this stuff twice. 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably after those 4 units, license, law, and commission rule, heavily tested stuff. You got a whole state section on it. Real quick, remember, the simplest form of dual agency I can do, the simplest breakdown I can do. One firm, one transaction, 2 clients. The firm represents the seller in selling 123 Main Street. The firm is representing the buyer in purchasing 123 Main Street. One firm, one transaction, 2 clients.
Do you have an example of how that might work with a tenant? I seem to get my brain mixed up
Yeah,
on like
and
the
this is
property
going to be
management
really
side.
rare. This is going to be really rare. Yep.
Okay.
Because most of the time the owner is going to say, nah, you work for me, right? The property manager, you work for me. That's more there for formalities. But there may be some firms, there may be a tenant that also has representation. I don't like words like never, so I'm not going to say that. Instead, I'm going to say really rare. Most of the time, the property manager represents the owner only. So dual agency isn't an option. Also back in unit 7 or 8, I don't remember, we talked about auction sales. Guys, please remember, anytime you see auction sales, auctions are totally different bucket, totally separate category. Unless the problem specifically asks you about an auction sale, pretend that these things don't exist. You only need to worry about auction sales when the problem actually says, this is a question about auction sales. Do I have everybody so far? Everybody with me? If they don't ask you about it, then pretend it doesn't exist. That's the easiest thing, right? If they do ask you about an auction sale, it's going to be very specific. What do we need to know about auctions? We don't do the working with real estate agency. You're not going to have dual agency. The auctioneer is going to represent the seller only. And if the buyer is represented in an auction, then they need to disclose their status at the time that we're writing the contract. Remember, when the gavel comes down and the auctioneer says sold, boom, we're under contract. The auctioneer can bind the seller. That's a verbal agreement, right? Gavel comes down, sold, we're under contract. What's going to be our next step? Get that sucker in writing. At that time, the buyer's agent needs to disclose that they are there on behalf of the buyer. Again, I say, unless the problem specifically mentions auction sales, pretend that these don't even exist. You only need to worry about it if the problem says auction. Remember, dual agency is the status of the firm. Always stop and ask yourself, if you're not sure if you could be in a dual agency, ask yourself, who does the firm represent? Does the firm represent the seller and the buyer? Then you're in a dual agency situation. You may be one of 2 brokers. You may have another agent in the firm, but it's the firm that's in dual agency. The firm is the one straddling the wall. Remember our scenario earlier where you have 6 different offices within the same firm? We're all in the same firm, right? Even though we have 6 locations, we're all in the same firm. So you could be in a dual agency situation with an agent in an office in a different office within your firm that you've never met before. But that doesn't matter because it's the firm that's in dual agency. There's some large firms in the triad. Some have 400 more agents. I did post licensing once back in the day when we were in person, and we went around the room introducing ourselves. And I had 3 agents that were in the same office and just met each other for the first time. So I'm with that office too. Some offices get that big that you don't even know your people. It doesn't matter. It's the firm that's in dual agency. The firm is the one straddling the wall. The firm is the one that has the duty to represent both clients equally and fairly. General brokerage provisions also cover the possibility of designated dual agency. Designated dual agency is a form of dual agency. That's worth me saying again. Designated dual agency is a form of dual agency. We have to have consent for dual in order to have designated. If they say no to dual, designate is not an option. We have to have consent for dual before we can do designated. And designated is always 2 brokers. You can never have designated just one firm, 1 transaction, 2 clients, always 2 brokers. In order to be designated, you cannot have prior confidential information about the other party. If you're working with the seller and you know something confidential about the buyer, you can't be designated. And the big one, y'all write this down again. This might be the biggest problem topic in Unit 7. The provisional and the broker in charge cannot be designated opposite of each other. Do your head one way or the other. Can a PB and a BIC be dual agents together? Can they be dual? Can they be dual? Yes, they can be dual. They cannot be designated. Remember, we just talked about you as a PB and you're under the direct supervision of your broker in charge and they're in your back pocket and da-da-da-da-da. By the very nature of this relationship, if the BIC is doing their job, don't they have confidential information about the PB's client? They may have been there on the listing appointment. They may have been there at the buyer consultation appointment. You guys with me? So just by the very nature of their relationship, they probably have confidential information. Any other relationship is allowed as long as they don't have prior confidential information about the other side. In designated, the firm remains in dual. The firm remains in dual. One agent has been designated to work exclusively with the buyer, and a different agent has been designated to work exclusively with the seller. Those 2 agents, they're exclusive. They might as well proceed as if we were 2 different firms. But the firm remains in dual. Good refresher. I like this little section. Good refresher. If you're not sure about things that we're talking about, Unit 7 this weekend, Unit 8, this section of license law and commission rule. Fair enough? Dual agency by the individual agent, just because the firm's in dual agency, maybe you're 1 agent working with both the seller and the buyer. We're back to dual agency. Maybe you're 1 agent, you're working with the seller and the buyer. That doesn't give you a golden ticket to run around and blab confidential information about the other party to the other party. Technically, you could keep it in-house, right? Because it's the firm, but you're not going to tell the seller and the buyer each other's secrets just because you have this dual agency ticket. I'm going to, don't go anywhere just yet. I'm going to stop here for today. So what does next week look like? When we come back together on Tuesday, we got a little bit more licensed law and commission rule to cover. I probably got about, I don't know, 2 more hours. So if you haven't already, please look, we're on page 719. When we come back on Tuesday, we're going to start talking about brokers as parties to the transaction. And we're going to finish this section. And then I have some licensed law and commission rule that we need to go back and pick up throughout Appendix A. So we'll finish this little section. We'll Kahoot, our last Kahoot. We'll Kahoot, licensed law and commission rule. We need to talk about agent safety. I want to make sure you guys are protected and taking care of yourselves as you open yourselves up to the public. So we're going to have a non-testing conversation on safety. And then we're going to do the rules and expectations for my exam. So Tuesday, we're wrapping up, tying up loose ends, rules and expectations. If there's anything in any time left, which we might have a little time left, I just like to do an open forum Q&A. So, but y'all don't wait till Tuesday to ask me your questions. If you have questions this weekend, email me, text me, let me know. Let me help you this weekend. Fair enough? Test on Thursday, as we were just reminded. So Tessa just had her moment. What are you going to do next Thursday? Taking a test. So y'all please prepare this weekend. With that being said, y'all don't just study this weekend. Put the book down and go out. And don't cry either. Put the book down and go out and have some fun. If you spend all your waking hours between now and Thursday studying, you're going to be over the test before I ever give you the test. So find a balance. Let me know if I can help you. You guys have a great weekend. And we'll wrap it all up on Tuesday.